Lawrence will be here soon. I warned him I was going to start at 4. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. My name is Melanie Sachs, proud to be House Chair of this wonderful committee and represent the community of Freeport in the main house. We will begin our day, as we often do, with introductions. I'll begin this morning with the representative to my right, to my left.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Runte, and I represent District 146, which is parts of York and parts of Wells and all of Algonquin.
Good morning, everybody. Matthew McIntyre, House District 18, keeping myself in practice. Lowell, Burlington, Greenbush, Passadumkeag, Clifton, Amherst, Aurora, Osborne, Great Pond, Dedham, Eastbrook, Marieville, Otis, Beddington, Du Bois, and Cherryfields.
Good morning, Representative Valley Geiger, District 42, Rockland, most of Owl's Head, and the islands of North Haven, Matinicus, Cree Haven, and the Muscle Ridge.
Good morning, Steve Foster from Dexter, representing District 32.
Good morning, Matt Harrington. I represent Senate District 33, which is 4 towns in York County: Alfred, Lebanon, Sanford, and Waterboro.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Representative Kilton Webb, representing District 98 out of Durham.
We're joined on Zoom by Representative Kessler. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Representative Chris Kessler, broadcasting live from District 121, which is part of South Portland and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Representative. Thank you, everyone. And if Representative Paul would like to introduce herself as well, I understand she is listening. No obligation whatsoever. I didn't realize she was on Zoom.
Good
Okay.
morning, State Representative Reagan Paul, broadcasting live-ish from Waldo County.
And we hope you're feeling better. Thank you, Representative Paul, for being here today as well. All right, friends, this morning we have 2 public hearings up. We will begin by opening the public hearing on LD 2140, an act to reduce household energy costs in response to federal cuts, although yes. And we welcome the sponsor, Senator Tepler. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Sachs and distinguished members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Denise Tepler. I represent all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County. I'm here to present my bill amendment to LD 2140, an act to reduce household energy costs in response to federal cuts. This amendment replaces the bill in its entirety. The bill began as a series of tax credits meant to help counteract the cuts made to energy subsidies by the federal government. However, in working the bill, we realized that tax credits would require Mainers still bear the upfront costs of utilities until the next tax year, when they could then recoup these costs. For Mainers struggling to afford everyday costs, this is not a viable solution. Given that there are already several substantial rebates offered to Maine residents through Efficiency Maine, I consulted the organization's director, Michael Stoddard, on how to best lower consumer energy costs. The bill now outlines a plan for Efficiency Maine to conduct a pilot project for utility customers who are currently paying low-income rates to encourage those households to reduce their energy usage during peak demand hours, especially in the summer. This would be an opt-in program that includes an incentive in addition to the reduction in costs that will be incurred. Additionally, the reduction in grid demand during peak usage periods will benefit all electricity customers. While the program design will not be fully complete until Efficiency Maine has the go-ahead from this legislature, I am hopeful that this plan will reduce energy costs for those who need relief the most. And this is just another method to address affordability of electricity. I am happy to attempt to answer any questions you may have, but I know those that are behind me, and I was going to name Director Stoddard, but instead it's Ian, whose last name I Burns. and the Office of the Public Advocate, who I believe is online, are better positioned to offer more details. Thank you for your time and consideration of this bill.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any questions at this time for the sponsor? None at this moment. We thank you for bringing the bill forward into your testimony this morning.
Thank you very much, Representative Sachs, and thank you everyone for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. I want to remind folks that we do encourage you, if you wish to testify on this bill, they are sign-ups. And I was about to call up Mr. Burns from Efficiency Maine, if you'll give me just a moment, sir. So if you do want to testify on these bills, either on this one or the one coming up, please do sign in at the podium. We welcome Mr. Burns from the Efficiency Maine Trust, and he does have testimony. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, Michael can't be here. You guys have the B team. I hope I can do our organization proud. Representative Sachs and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities and Technology. My name is Ian Burns. I am the Director of Strategic Initiatives at Efficiency Maine Trust. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Trust in support of the sponsor's amendment to LD 2140. This bill directs the Trust to establish a pilot program that will encourage residential customers to modify their consumption of electricity during periods of peak demand in order to lower electricity bills and improve grid reliability. This type of program is called behavioral demand response. It stands in contrast to the Trust's more common interventions, which focus more on assisting customers to purchase a particular type of device. This aspect of the program, focusing on behavior more than equipment, makes it accessible to all consumers, regardless of their income level, the type of home or devices they possess, and whether or not they are owners or renters. In the past years, the Trust has been expanding its offerings in the area called demand management. The Trust Demand Management Program is currently offering 4 initiatives: the Demand Response Initiative for commercial and industrial customers, the Large Battery Initiative, the Small Battery Initiative, and the Off-Peak EV Charger Initiative. A behavioral demand response program is a type of initiative that the Trust has been considering but is not currently offering. The bill contemplates that the Trust would work with one or more subsets of residential customers to share information about the benefits of shifting their consumption to off-peak periods and about how to maximize those benefits. In a typical behavioral demand response program, this information sharing includes general education materials about what could be driving customers' demand during peak periods, tips on how to shift it to off-peak periods, and encouragements to enroll in time of use rates. Once customers have been introduced to the ways in which they can manage their consumption during peak periods, the Trust will explore different ways to help the participants maximize their savings. The Trust looks forward to collaborating with the utilities and other stakeholders in designing the pilot, recruiting and educating potential participants, and analyzing the impacts and efficacy of the pilot program. I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Questions from the committee? We will go down the row. We'll start with Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burns, for being here today. So I'm trying to figure out what this program will do. At the moment, unless I'm wrong, we don't have a program in place that if consumers decrease their use during peak demand, there's a different standard rate for them than there is any other time. So is this simply a pilot to test whether people would respond, even though during the pilot they won't save any money? Or is there a plan to provide them savings with some kind of general fund or program that Maine Efficiency runs?
So you're absolutely right. We don't have a full stack of time of use rates, but the utilities do have optional rates for the transmission and distribution rates. Both Versant and Central Maine Power have optional time of use rates that we can take advantage of right now. We think in developing the program, we're going to have to work with them to develop tools for how those rates can be accessible and understandable. And we appreciate the language in the bill about working with the utilities to do that. But we think that there are there are the bones of this right now, and we hope that through this pilot program, we can develop those to be more accessible for folks.
Representative McIntyre, then Rente, then Kessler. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burns, for your testimony. I'm trying to follow up on a question there that Representative Geiger asked, I believe, and comparing what your testimony was just given to the original sponsor's testimony. This will be an opt-in program that includes an incentive in addition to the reduction in costs. Can you clear me up on what that incentive might look like?
Absolutely. We're still in the design process of that, and offering an incentive is still very much on the table. But we think that the primary incentive will be the incentive of shifting from a peak period to an off-peak period. That's certainly the simplest incentive, but if additional incentives are needed, we certainly have those on the table.
One quick follow-up. How is it an incentive to someone to shift their usage?
Well, let's just use a simple example. Someone's got a basement dehumidifier, or something even simpler, like my dishwasher has a delay start on it. If I delay start my dishwasher, the difference between the on-peak cost and the off-peak cost is 5 or 6 cents a kilowatt hour. So that's a significant incentive for that customer if they can reliably shift that out of that peak period. So they're paying less. I recognize that that's not a monetary incentive that they're getting paid in the form of a check, but it is, maybe I'm too much of a pencil-necked economist geek to see through the question, but so I apologize. It's a reduction. It's not a check that they would be getting. So.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burns. The current rates that CMP and Versant have on the T&D side, I'm not familiar with the Versant one. The CMP one, I wonder how much examination has been given to the differential between the off and on peak rates and how much of incentive that really represents. Is there any thought, or is the idea that you're going to just stick with the existing rates and work the program around them? Or is there any consideration to maybe trying to do surrogate rates where you maybe have more than 2 periods or greater differentials between off and on peak?
I think given the timeline, we're going to try to work within what we have available right now. And I think part of what we're looking for are places where with the current rate design and some educational tools, we can offer those to folks and we can make sure that we're not going to put them in a worse off position. So we think that there are, we think that this is possible, having done some just initial analysis on it, which is why we're excited about this. But we think that the current rates that are out there are potentially enough of an incentive to shift.
You have a follow-up, Representative?
Yeah, one follow-up. There's an ongoing proceeding on time of use rates for the supply side.
That's correct.
To what extent is the program coordinated, integrated, connected to that effort?
That's an ongoing case that I'm probably too involved in to be able to speak briefly on here. This was what Michael was worried about when he sent me down here. I talked too much about these things. So I think they're unrelated at this point. We don't know where the outcome of those are going to be. And in the meantime, because the purpose of that case has just been expanded, and it's still a little unclear what the case schedule is and what the ultimate resolution is, which is why I'm going to try to just be fairly open-ended about what it is. But that doesn't change the fact that right now there are rates available that could save people money if we give them the right educational materials. And that's why we want to run an opt-in, so voluntary pilot for people to say, yes, I've looked at your educational materials, I've consulted with you, and I'm going to take this action. What's under consideration at the commission is a much, much broader question than that. Perhaps, certainly there have been many parties in that case that have said, you know, hey, you should consider some pilots before you go forward with anything. And I'm not trying to say that one way or another. I just think that, so this potentially could be complementary, but I think it is a much smaller targeted thing based on what's available now in a low cost way to save customers money today.
Representative Kessler, did you still have a question? Your hand had been up. Go right ahead.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Good morning, Ian. I recall that Efficiency Maine made some sort of statement recently about potential savings for something like this. I was wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that.
I'm sorry, Chris, I don't quite know. I don't know what I don't know that statement. Can you be more specific? Maybe I can try to rack my mind.
Yeah, there was, and if others are remembering this, there was a statement about if customers had the opportunity to do some sort of load shifting, that they would have saved more money. But it sounds like you're not familiar with this.
Well, perhaps you could bring that back, check with
Yeah,
your
we could,
colleagues and.
we could check, I could check around
Yeah.
and we can get back to you in a work
For the
session
work
on that. And if in the meantime, you could give us more specifics, I'd be happy to get a more specific answer. I'm sorry, I can't be more
And
helpful.
Representative, you believe that statement came from Efficiency Maine Trust?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you could just check with your colleagues and we can do it in the work
absolutely.
session.
Sorry.
Any
Okay, thank
follow-up,
you.
Representative? Okay, you good? Senator Harrington.
I guess my question would be, what is stopping you guys from doing this without this bill?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It's a good question, and we will be able to do it within existing resources. It's a matter of prioritization as we look at multiple things, and I think also the urging to collaborate with stakeholders on this particular issue and the focus that it has, I think provides us some urgency on this particular matter.
But just to be clear, you can do this currently. With or without
This is
bill?
within our authority.
Yeah, okay, perfect, thank you.
To follow up on that, if I could, Mr. Burns, you could invite the utilities, but is there more of an emphasis if it comes from the legislature saying we would like all of these entities to be together? Because my question frankly was the same as Senator Harrington's around why do you need a bill to do the thing?
Yes, I think you're representing. I think it's a matter of prioritization and just sort of a kick in the pants to get going on this as soon as possible.
Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burns. So along that same line, I had the same question, knowing that when Efficiency Maine was formed by legislation, the prime reason for that was to improve efficiencies for residents, ratepayers, and in fact, the entire state system. And it appears that no funding is needed for this action. And it would appear to me that if it's as simple as trying to find a way to educate and persuade folks to use this opportunity that already exists, that the bill isn't necessary. So my question is, why would Efficiency Maine Trust, who's dealing with these types of issues as part of their program, need the legislature to try to help you prioritize what it is that you folks who have the most knowledge about this to take this ahead of something else?
This is a very fair question. It is a convergence of events that, we see this as helpful, a helpful direction, but you're absolutely right. As I mentioned in our demand management programs, we're building, it's a relatively new program to us, where we've been starting where we think are sort of the largest impact. And frankly, we just launched the small battery initiative in the last couple of months. So we're kind of saying, okay, what's next? So this came at a time when we were looking at that, but you're absolutely right. These are the kind of things that we were on our way toward.
Thank you. Can I clarify that though, Mr. Burns? You're not required to do a report back to this committee.
That's correct.
And that from what I gathered from the sponsor's testimony as well as from yours, that pilot would be deliverables to this committee to decide if other regulatory action perhaps would be needed. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Representative McIntyre, did you have a quick follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Foster asked my question. It had to go with prioritization. As I see it, that's a decision of the leadership of the Efficiency Main Trust, not the legislative body.
And Representative Brent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was just going to ask, in the absence of direction, given the way you see your portfolio, where would have this been prioritized?
I think that this was something that we were looking to move on, especially for, there are a couple of things that this helps with. I think the report back, Representative Foster is absolutely right. The core mission of Efficiency Main is around efficiency and designing these programs, and we've built them around devices, and the devices generally do the good work when they're installed. As we get into demand management, there's a gray area of the interface between the rates that utilities offer and the way our devices perform. So there's a cooperative relationship there. So the utilities have been very helpful in that regard. I don't mean to say anything other than that, but I think the ability to say, hey, how's this working? Come back. If it's working really well, then you don't need to do it. But I think it is a new area to have a report back is a helpful element.
Any additional questions, Representative Webb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Internally for the trust, how do you prioritize different programs, and how would this help with prioritization?
Well, a lot of that prioritization is done in the development of our triennial plan, which we just completed. There are, and demand management is at the forefront of that right now. It's one of those areas where we think that it has a great possibility of not just saving an individual money, but also saving money for people who aren't participating in programs at all. By controlling that peak demand, we're lowering costs for everybody. So that very much is a part of our prioritization right now.
One more, Representative Rente. We will have a work session on this bill.
Sorry, Madam Chair. The focus of the program is on impacts of customer behavior, and the intent is to reduce the peak demand. What's the linkage, if you take this from the lens of a systems perspective, in terms of where the biggest bang for the buck is in terms of the value of that peak demand, and how much of an issue is that when you look at the grid planning side of things? Does that factor in, or are you just really just looking at customer behavior and the existing rate structure?
we certainly have an eye toward reducing costs through the planning process. And one of the tricky things about the planning process is we can look into the future and say, hey, we think there's real potential for people to shift their load off peak. But if the planners don't actually see that show up at a substation, then it's going to be very difficult for us to say you shouldn't build that substation because we think people could shift their behavior. So as we look at some of the results of the integrated grid planning and such, we can see that eventually there will be growth in our peak in our demand, so that this is where, getting that right now so that we can have a history in the raw data that will be reflected in the planning process that's critical in terms of how we can avoid things. And this is a very low, if it works, which is why we're piloting it, it could be a very low cost intervention. There are places across the country that it's worked. There are places that it hasn't. We're going to try to take the best and leave the worst, test it out and report back to you guys.
All set, Representative Rente?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask Representative Geiger because she hasn't gone twice, and then Representative McIntyre for a third time as well, if we would like to.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Burns, for being here. So I just want to figure out the need for this bill. I went to the triennial meeting, and I'm sorry to say I don't remember. Was this on your work plan to do some kind of peak demand? Do we need this because it wasn't?
So this would fall, this is not part of our program development. It is part of something, the goal of controlling peak demand was absolutely part of what pilot development we would come from. So this is not going to be a huge effort over the next couple of years. So it wasn't something that you would have heard of. It's not something we would have called out. This is going to be a targeted pilot that will have voluntarily enroll people and report back to you guys.
So do you feel like this bill is needed in order to hold you to that and to ensure that we receive information on the results of that?
Strictly speaking, from a legal perspective, we have the authority and we can report back to you. I think there are some useful elements of this that can report back, codify the kind of collaboration, look at the kind of prioritization that we should be making in that.
Representative, well, you can offer it at the work session, and certainly send an email to the committee. Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the latitude. My final question is in response to testimony just presented. For the work session, please bring back examples of what you just referred to as programmatic successes and failures from across the country, please.
Absolutely.
Specific examples, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I understand. I believe Director Stoddard will be at the work session as well. And as
Yes.
Mr. Barnes is saying, Burns is saying, I'm never coming back there again.
No,
Quietly.
you
maybe
guys are
under
lovely.
threat.
I would be
Well,
happy to
we
come back.
appreciate the thorough information and really appreciate your testimony this morning, Mr.
Right.
Burns. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have online the Office of the Public Advocate who would like to testify in favor, as that ends those in the room who are proponents. After we speak with the public advocate, if you have not signed up, please do so now if you wish to speak in favor of the bill. Thank you. Good morning, Public Advocate Sanborn. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you. And my apologies to the committee for being remote today. I had a dog who was up all night and I didn't want to leave her alone today as she's still not feeling great. So I appreciate the latitude to testify remotely today. Chair Sachs, distinguished members of the committee, as you know, my name is Heather Sanborn, here today as your public advocate, testifying in favor of the sponsor's proposed amendment. One of the promises of beneficial electrification is that as we move more of our household energy usage to electricity, we'll be able to use more of the grid we've already built more of the time, spreading the costs over more kilowatt hours and reducing rates. However, because the electricity grid must be sized to manage the annual peak level of energy usage on each circuit, the logic of reducing rates really only holds if our overall electricity usage is increasing faster than our peak loads. And because most residential customers pay a flat per kilowatt hour rate for both delivery and supply of electricity, they don't have any financial incentive to avoid using electricity during the hours of peak stress on the grid. CMP and Versant do offer time of use rates for the delivery portion of the residential bill, but virtually no effort has been made to date on encouraging customers to sign up for these rates or to shift their usage to off-peak hours. Other modern rate design concepts such as peak time rebates or critical peak pricing are also good options for encouraging customers to pay a little more attention to when they're using energy and shift their usage away from the most critical hours of the year. Collectively, all of these approaches are often referred to as peak shaving programs. The savings from effective peak shaving programs can come from several different areas. Number one, by shifting usage to off-peak hours, our utilities won't need to oversize the grid as much, saving capital costs. Number two, by controlling our peak load growth better than our New England neighbors, we can reduce our share of the costs of the regional transmission system. And number three, by shifting more of our electricity usage to off-peak hours, bids for our standard offer electric supply rates should be lower because electricity supply costs over the course of the year will be lower. At the OPA, we strongly believe that participation in peak shaving programs should be made on an opt-in basis with an effective marketing campaign encouraging Mainers to make the shift to off-peak usage to save themselves money while also providing savings to the whole system. We don't believe such a marketing program has ever been attempted in Maine. And we support this pilot project because AMT has a proven track record of effective outreach to Maine residential utility customers and is well positioned to show that with targeted outreach and thoughtful marketing, peak shaving can be effectively accomplished. We're particularly in favor of the collaboration section of this resolve, which would provide legislative guidance for EMT and utilities to collaborate on this marketing effort. It's critically important that the utilities become an enthusiastic partner in peak shaving efforts. I welcome your questions and be pleased to be present in person at the work session, dogs permitting.
Yes, with the dog clause for sure. Thank you. Public Advocate Sanborn. Any questions at this time? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Public Advocate Sanborn, for being here, not with us, but online. So you heard the representative from Efficiency Maine Trust, and one of his last statements was that under their obligations to perform the duties that they've been tasked to do, this already falls within their purview. That it sounded to me like they already have this on a list, if you will, if not on paper in mind, to form a pilot project, that it is also within their purview and probably required anyway, that they report to this committee as they do on at least annually, if not more than that, on other undertakings that they have. Why do you think that this bill is necessary? Now, also, I will add, the utilities which have these rates available certainly would be, I believe, involved by Efficiency Maine Trust in that pilot, whether we tell them they should or not. So again, I don't know why this is available. Maybe you can further explain that.
Sure. So I think the key point of this resolve is to signal to the utilities really that they need to be active and enthusiastic partners in this effort, and identifying potential participants in the program and assisting in getting the word out to those particular customers. The thing about peak shaving that's different from replacing your LED light bulbs. So, you know, the original sort of Efficiency Maine quintessential program, replacing our light bulbs and make them more energy efficient. We can do that without knowing anything from the utilities. We can do that by just targeting people when they go to Home Depot to buy a light bulb. Same with water heaters. When we're putting more efficient water heaters into people's houses and rebating those, we can target those folks by just catching them as they're purchasing their water heater Efficiency Maine has been really great at that approach. But the next generation of efficiency that we're going to have to work on is demand reduction. And the most effective way to do that is by targeting people who have particular types of usage, particular patterns of usage, or potentially particular devices that use electricity in a particular way. You know who the only people with that data is? It's the utilities. And so we need the utilities to not be agnostic about whether people choose to be on time of use or not. We need them to be enthusiastic about reaching out to the folks who could most benefit from time of use, who could save money on it, but who could also benefit the grid by shaving peak for us. And we need to have that data inform the marketing effort to get people involved in a program like the behavioral response program that Efficiency Maine is recommending in this resolve. So it's, to me, the magic is in that collaboration language. I would strengthen it even so that it was more targeted at the utilities. And I really hope that we can move to a place where the utilities see themselves as a partner and as an enthusiastic advocate for shaping peak load to make our grid more efficient and affordable for Mainers. So I hope that answers your question, Representative.
Thank you.
All set. Any additional questions for the public advocate at this time? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and testimony this morning.
Thank you.
I see no other folks testifying in favor. Are there any folks testifying in opposition of LD 2140? Seeing none, I will ask next the Department of Energy Resources, Caroline Colin, to come up to start us off on the neither for nor against. After that will be the representative from the Public Utilities Commission. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Sachs, and members of the UT Committee. My name is Caroline Colin, Legislative Liaison for the Department of Energy Resources. We appreciate and applaud the sponsor's interest in advancing demand management programs in Maine. These really are tools that can play a key role in increasing the affordable and efficient utilization of the grid. We're offering testimony neither for nor against on this bill to provide context on demand management policy, existing efforts in Maine, and opportunities for coordination going forward. Demand management refers to strategies that influence when and how much electricity is consumed to effectively balance electric supply and demand with the electricity grid. It can play a central role in increasing affordability by providing a flexible, cost-effective alternative to traditional grid infrastructure upgrades and by helping make sure lowest cost electricity sources are utilized as much as possible. By reducing the need for new large-scale generation and potentially costly grid upgrades, demand management helps lower costs for all ratepayers by more efficiently utilizing existing infrastructure, unlocking underutilized supply, and delivering economic and environmental benefits. Effective demand management resources can include many things. And a few examples include smart distributed energy resources that voluntarily respond to dispatch signals, such as distributed solar, battery, or other customer-sited storage. Could be standby generators, connected thermostats, networked electric vehicle charging, networked electric storage water heaters, and other consumer devices. The 2025 Maine Energy Plan highlights the significant potential for load flexibility, the outcome achieved through effective demand management, to support affordability and facilitate an increasingly clean electric grid, among other benefits. In Maine, action is already being taken to implement demand management strategies. As you've heard, Efficiency Maine has and continues to offer a variety of programs on the demand management space. The state's climate plan includes recommendations to manage the impact of buildings, vehicles, and industry on the grid with innovative demand management and load flexibility strategies. And further, several states have advanced policies, programs, solicitations, regulations, and other efforts targeting the value of demand management. Though DOER agrees there are significant opportunities ahead to get the greatest benefit of demand management, including expanded education and communications efforts. But the state, I think, may be beyond a pilot phase, and pilot may not be necessary. In addition, under the authority granted under LD 1270 last year, DOER is authorized to solicit competitive proposals for demand management resources, and in the event that proposals are deemed to be beneficial to ratepayers, obtain contracts for those resources with electric utilities.
Ms. Cullen, you are at your time. would you like to finish up?
Sure.
Hit the highlights, of the rest of your testimony.
Yeah, so I think at this time, we think that a separate two-year pilot may not be necessary. If it does pass, we'd want to ensure that it doesn't delay or inhibit implementation of the near-term affordability benefits from demand management, utilizing our existing authority and direction. But we'd be happy to continue working with the sponsor, EMT, PUC, utilities, and others to find a way to make this vehicle useful for moving forward demand management at scale. We'd answer questions.
Thank you. We have several. Let's start now with Representative Rente. Actually, Representative McIntyre. Let's go in the middle and then work our way through. How's that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Colin, for being here. Referring directly to your testimony, second paragraph, the large paragraph on page 1. Effective demand management resources could include, but are not limited to, smart distributed energy resources that voluntarily respond to dispatch signals emanating from what source and under what control?
Thanks for the question. So in this space, there are often sort of aggregators or they're called DERMS platforms. So if you, Efficiency Maine, for example, might work with a platform and they say, we will invite people to enroll say they have a Tesla battery in their garage. And they could say, if you enroll in this program, that will let this platform send your device a signal that says, hey, tomorrow might be really high demand. It'd be helpful if we could use a little bit of your battery capacity. So this person could enroll and say, yes, I'm okay with that. And for their participation, they'll get a small monetary payment for participating. So often it's a aggregator that is worked with between a utility or Efficiency Maine, for example. I think it could be other entities, but that's typically how we see it working.
One quick clarification. Do you refer to the DERM, the Distributed Energy Resource Management, I'm
Yep.
assuming? What's the back end for the decision process for sending those signals?
I'd be happy to provide additional information at the work session. But I think they're kind of looking at day ahead forecasts, for example, and looking at when they're forecasting a peak and saying, we have this collection of resources that is enrolled in the program. And if we tap into them where we have this projected peak, we can reduce that peak demand for everyone on the system and not have to tap into more expensive resources at that challenge time.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rente?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This kind of follows on to the last question. I'm curious what the department's position is in terms of who's actually doing this. And I raised the question because in an awful lot of places, it's the utility who is sitting there looking at their own system, and they know with precision, and they have the data to know how to best manage where the demand management needs to happen. Where do you see, this is an Efficiency Maine pilot. There's things that the department is considering doing in its own programs, but where do you see the utilities position in terms of both doing these kinds of pilots on their own and perhaps even incentivizing them to be doing this as part and parcel to their regular business?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And since you alluded to it, I'll note one piece of my testimony that I didn't get to. We had based on the authority that we were given under LD 1270 to do competitive solicitations in December, we put out a competitive solicitation schedule for 2026. And there's a link on the bottom there to that, which outlines the anticipated solicitations for this year. One is energy storage, and the second one said we are continuing to consider demand management solicitations. And I think that will include a lot of public engagement with Efficiency Maine, with the utilities, with other entities. On program implementation, I think similar to the public advocate, it'd be really helpful and probably improve the breadth of benefit if we have strong utility buy-in. I think there can be some complementary programs at different places. But I think that, you know, strong utility buy-in and kind of all the components would be really helpful.
Representative Geiger, did you have a question? Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cullen, for being here. So I guess my question follows up on both the two previous questions. The utilities, it is my understanding, make their money from distribution, increasing upgrades, expanding the grid, and these programs actually make that less likely, less required, less needed. How likely is it that we will get the enthusiastic participation from our utilities to actually decrease the need? In many other states, utilities are responsible for both supply and demand and grid. And so they have a different incentive structure. I wonder if you could comment on what you see as how likely that is.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think an important component of the integrated grid planning process is, having the utilities, show us on paper, where have you considered demand management in your plan? How are you considering utilizing your existing infrastructure to the greatest extent possible? And show us where that, tipping point is, where you say, okay, we've utilized this infrastructure we have to the greatest extent possible, and now we need to make these upgrades, and these are the most cost-effective upgrades. So I think that process is trying to encourage them to really answer those questions. And see those plans are at the Public Utilities Commission now, and the commission and others participating in those dockets, including us, will continue to be asking those questions as we evaluate the grid plans.
Follow-up question? So we're essentially designing a program where we're asking the utilities to swim upstream against their own interests and hope that they're willing.
I mean, I think, Efficiency Maine, for example, has done a lot of direct outreach to customers and said, you're going to benefit, the grid's going to benefit. Here's a small incentive to participate. So they've, gone direct to customers. And I think we're interested in similar approaches. I understand your question and kind of the tension that's there. You all have been asking a question about whether this is necessary. Maybe this is a signal for that push. I think our concern is that we don't want a pilot to sort of delay or inhibit implementation now of the things that we believe we have the authority to kind of move forward. But if there's a way to maybe use this vehicle to encourage more active participation, I think we're open to that.
Thank you. Additional questions, Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cullen, for being here. I'll try to be as brief as possible, and you can bring this answer back to the work session if you don't know off the cuff. In your scenario, you mentioned earlier, if I own a large battery for my own personal use, and I am able to join an aggregate or some program that is going to allow me, when they need it, to discharge onto the grid, and I can benefit financially from that. Is there anything in our statute anywhere that says that I am now a generator?
Yeah, I'll take that back. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that. Thank you. It's a good question.
Thank you. I just have one,
Mhm.
if I could, for the work session.
Yep.
I think I'd like to understand and perhaps have you in Efficiency Maine. This seems like a very different program described in this bill, this proposal, than the competitive solicitation process. And I would like to understand a little bit more about, because I haven't gone to the link, and perhaps I can do this on my own, but if the differentiation, because this does seem like, as you said, Efficiency Maine goes to the customers directly and they have outreach programs already. And why would we need a competitive solicitation to do the same thing? Perhaps I want to avoid duplication, but this seems like a very different thing that I've heard come from DOER. Of course, we just gave them that authority. So I'm interested in understanding more. And so
Mhm.
if there for the work sessions can be conversations between
Yep.
EMT and DOER, that would be super helpful, I think, for the committee.
Yeah, I'll bring back some more information. I do think that the sort of education piece is and communications piece is really critical. I think very few people know about the existing time of use rates options, for example, and other program opportunities. So I do think a focus on how can we beef up the education and communications is really important.
Mhm.
And I see that as critical for really any of these demand management programs.
Mhm.
But I'll bring back more information about your
Thank
other
you.
question.
And hopefully we can. Any additional questions for the department representative at this time? Seeing none, we thank you.
Thank you.
And as we call up the representative from the PUC, I'd like Senator Lawrence and Representative Wadsworth to have a chance to introduce himself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Nathan Wadsworth, House District 82, Southern Oxford County.
And I'm State Senator Mark Lawrence from District 35, Southern York County, towns of South Berwick, Elliott, Kittery, York, and Agunquit, and I am the Senate Chair of the committee.
Thank you so much. So we'll welcome up Deirdre Schneider, and then we'll have James Cody testifying, neither for nor against. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Sachs, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Deirdre Schneider, testifying neither for nor against the sponsor's amendment to LD 2140 on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. The Commission is very supportive of efforts to improve demand response and flexibility. These types of tools have the potential to provide long-term savings to ratepayers and immediate relief to participants. There are likely a lot of customers who could save money in a TOU rate case right now without any additional changes to behavior. Currently, the Commission has several dockets open that look to encourage changes in usage to reduce peak demand and seek proposals that offer innovative approaches to deploy technology quickly to avoid expensive investments in the system, increase resilience and reliability, and provide savings for ratepayers. There is broad authority to accomplish a lot under current law that could be implemented by a number of entities in the state. In the Commission-initiated investigation of time of use rates, the Commission is exploring the implementation of time of use rates for delivery and supply for residential and small business customers. This investigation was recently expanded to consider critical peak pricing, peak time rebates, and EV-only charging incentives. In its order expanding this investigation, the Commission noted it would also consider other rate designs proposed by the parties that would provide savings for customers. In docket numbers 2024-00191 and 2025-00343, the Commission is exploring the use of regulatory sandboxes, which provides a structured environment for testing new technologies and business approaches under modified, more flexible regulatory rules to increase the speed of adoption. Specifically, the Commission issued a request for information seeking information and comment on a variety of issues related to potential project proposals to improve resilience in the nearer term and address escalating storm costs. The Commission expressed interest in exploring more ways to use innovative technologies, potential third-party partnerships with utilities to address specific resilience issues, potential use of utility-owned or operated energy storage where the competitive market alone would not provide the service and utility ownership or control could benefit ratepayers, or other innovative approaches that to date may not have been pursued due to certain barriers that limit their adoption. As noted in the RFI, the Commission has broad authority in this area. The Commission looks forward to continued engagement on ways to improve demand flexibility to enable us to get more out of the current distribution system and avoid costly upgrades. I'd be happy to answer any questions and provide additional information for the work session.
Thank you. And if I could just clarify, so you're not necessarily commenting on the proposal in front of us, more education about what is going on within the PUC in this area?
Yes.
Okay.
And that we've been, I think, really asking a lot of the stakeholders to come to us with proposals to use, to consider that would address some of this. And I'm not sure we've gotten some, I think, feedback, but I'm not sure we've gotten like fully developed proposals at this point.
So this proposal has not come before you as an option within that docket? for either
No,
of them?
and I think this is more probably of an educational campaign than sort of the proposals I think we're seeking, which is looking at some more innovation as well.
Thank you. Representative Rente.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You all are at the nexus of the demand management impacts the non-wires alternative proceeding. It impacts the integrated grid planning proceeding. It impacts the time of use proceeding. Were this pilot to happen, does it fit anywhere, or in the realm of the things that you all are already engaged in? Is it potentially, the wrong word is distraction, but does it not, do you see a place for it to fit in the context of all of the pieces of demand management that you all are managing at the moment?
I mean, I think that, you know, the educational component of this is really a good component to get people to understand time of use rates, what they do, what's the importance of them. So I think it could be helpful to some of the other work we're doing to get that information. So I certainly don't think it necessarily competes, because as I understand and I'm reading it, it's sort of using the existing utilities TOU rates that they already have established. We're not really creating a different way to do things. We're sort of reaching out to people to let them know that this is an option and this is how the option could save and this is how it works. So I think it would complement some of the stuff we're doing, and it's not necessarily would be a barrier to the other things we're working on.
Also, any other questions for the representative from the PUC? Seeing none,
Thank
thank
you.
you. And so we will now move to James Cody from Versant for neither for nor against, and then not surprisingly, Kathleen Bowman from CMP.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is James Cody. I'm here today on behalf of Versant Power. And forgive me, I wasn't planning to get up and testify on this, but there has been some question about the utilities' involvement in this sort of exercise. So I just wanted to make clear a couple of points, and I will submit some testimony for the record. But just to make clear, whether this bill passes or not, I just wanted be on the record that Versant Power would absolutely participate with Efficiency Main Trust at their request. Should this effort decide to move forward, we're happy to talk with the Public Advocate's Office and the PUC and the DOER and work with them on this effort. I also just wanted to note that Versant also, as noted previously, does offer time of use rates and a subset of rates called eco rates to customers. The company does do some advertising around those rates, tries to educate customers to the extent possible. I'm happy to bring back some information about those rates for the work session, if that's helpful. And then the last piece of this regarding Section 3, which I believe is the collaboration section of the bill, we just wanted to note that currently Versant does not have the capability to perform a customer-specific rate comparison analysis for all customers in a class. So we would have to work with Efficiency Main Trust on some sort of methodology to develop a pool of customers that this program may likely benefit. And we don't know what that is, but we just wanted to flag. We don't currently have the ability to do that customer class level analysis, but we're happy to work with them. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cody, for being here. So, if indeed, Michael Stoddard were to come back to the committee after what appears to be a pilot that they are already possibly working on and inform the committee at some point in time, possibly next year, that, after the first of the year, that Versant has not been as cooperative as they would like, or as the committee would like, in working with them on this particular pilot. Would you be surprised if the committee then put a bill out to require that?
I would not be surprised at that point. And hopefully, my hope in getting up is that obviously that wouldn't be the expectation of us, that if they reach out to us, we would have that conversation and work with them on this program.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, smart meters are essential to doing time of use rate kind of calculations. Where is Versant in terms of number of customers that are so equipped?
I believe, and I'm going to look behind me quickly, that we are 100% at this point. Yeah. I just wanted to double check that.
Phone a friend is always welcome here. Any additional questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and
Thanks very
testimony
much.
this morning. And Kathleen Bowman from CMP. I will note that that is the last person I have signed up, either online or in the room. So if anyone else would like to speak, please sign up now. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Sachs, Chairman Lawrence, members of the UT committee. I'm Kathleen Bowman from CMP. Also was not intending to testify on this bill, but was a little taken aback by some of the implication that we haven't been enthusiastic enough in participating in the rate design meetings that we've undertaken the last 2 years at the PUC with stakeholders, and through the updated TOU rate through a collaborative process with the OPA. So we are at the table and certainly willing, happy to participate in this or any other program that comes forward. Also wanted to speak to what the representative from Versant indicated about our ability to identify this class of customers. So, the analysis would be quite intricate, and we would probably need some time and resources to be able to undertake that. So it's not an immediate, do an ad or an outreach or a mailing piece to this group of customers. We don't have that capacity at this time, but we could certainly work on that with the Efficiency Main Trust. We've worked very closely with them, and I don't think that would be an issue. Just wanted to also note our current TOU. We have a current TOU rate. Off peak, it's 6 cents, which is very good. On peak, it's 50 cents. So you have to be a pretty savvy customer to make sure you don't get afoul of the peak times when you're using your electricity at your home. That's something that just ought to be taken into consideration as we're looking at time of use rates. We did have a heat pump rate, an electric technology pilot. We are working on demand side management, and customers' uptake rates haven't been great, but we're continuing to work on that. Happy to answer any questions you have for the work session.
Thank you. Representative Geiger versus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. And I wasn't trying to insult utilities. I was simply trying to figure out how it's very difficult to ask companies to do something that's not in their financial interest. And so for me, it was like exploring this bill and exploring with the PUC and with the Department of Energy and with the OPA, how do we all align so that we're all traveling downriver together in a way that serves you, customers, the grid, and everything. So I didn't mean to imply that you all were actively working against it. It's just, it is much easier if everybody's financial interests are aligned, that you're more likely to make real change.
Appreciate that.
So my apologies. I
No.
did not mean to
No worries.
suggest.
Thank you, Representative Geiger. I appreciate that. And I would just note that I was prepared to give you all a history lesson. I was here when the utilities used to do the efficiency programs. We moved it off to the PUC and then the State Planning Office, and then we created in 2009 or 10 Efficiency Main Trust to take that very perception of working at cross purposes away from the utilities and put it in this separate entity that's doing a terrific job at it. Frankly, I think the work that Efficiency Maine Trust has done has been really exemplary. Oh, my Lanta, you're gonna have to go. I don't know. Senate bill. Okay. Mistake.
Yes, clearly. Clearly.
But I appreciate that. And, you know, I've done this before. You all recognize the revenue decoupling mechanism. We don't make more money when we sell more electricity necessarily.
Right. That's a different public hearing.
That's right.
Any additional questions for the good representative, Representative McIntyre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bowman, for being here today. I'm a Versant customer, not a CMP customer, but every month I receive a paper bill from Versant. And oftentimes over the course of the year, there's various educational inserts that are stuck in there, public service advisories, storm season, these things, those gentle reminders to the things that we should be doing as customers. As a legislator on this committee, for sure, I'm sure we all get an abundance of emails that come out throughout the course of the year and Facebook postings. Do you agree or disagree that this is just a public service advisory that could be discussed between Efficiency Maine Trust and the IOUs and rolled out?
Certainly. And it, you know, it exists. We use our monthly bill inserts for that very sort of thing. I'm not sure we've done one specific to time of use rates, but I can find out. And frankly, any help we can get with educating our customers about what the opportunities are out there is welcome.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bowman, for being here. So you heard my question that I had for Versant, same question.
Can't
Would
remember.
you be surprised, or would you expect that the next legislature, this committee might put a bill out if Mr. Stoddard came here and said that you weren't cooperating as well as he thought you should as CMP in his pilot program to look at this whole
I would
issue?
not be surprised.
Additional questions for Ms. Bowman? Seeing none, we thank you. I see no other folks for 2140. With that, we will end the public hearing. I will turn the gavel over to my colleague.
Great. We're gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll start the next public hearing.
I'm sorry to drop Oh, you know. Well, you know, I don't know.
Just going to call the committee back to order. We'll go on to our final bill for public hearing this morning. An act to limit rates charged to low-income electricity consumers. It's a committee bill, so I'm just going to change protocol, skip right over to the proponent or the public advocate to have her speak on the bill rather than have Representative Sachs present it, because we all know what we all wanted. So go right ahead, public advocate.
Thanks so much, Senator Lawrence. Again, I'm Heather Sanborn, and here to present this bill that you all reported out in response to our presentation a couple of weeks ago of our most recent update to our CEP study performed at the behest of the Electric Ratepayer Advisory Council. As you saw, reports about the CEP market submitted to the committee have shown that Maine customers of CEPs routinely pay more than the standard offer for electricity. In fact, in the 9-year period between 2016 and 2024, Mainers paid over $156 million more than they could have if they had stayed enrolled in standard offer service. As a result of legislation passed last session, we were able to obtain previously unavailable data supplied by CMP and Versant, enabling us to drill down and study the impact of the CEP market, specifically on LIAP recipients. The analysis shows that not only are these customers more likely to purchase electricity from CEPs, but on average, they pay higher rates to CEPs than non-LIAP recipients. It's clear the market's just not working, and it's particularly not working for LIAP customers. The policy proposed in 2203 ensures that LIAP recipients will be charged no more than standard offer for supply, and it takes an important step toward resolving the problem we identified in our report. And my screen just went blank. There we go. The action is particularly urgent in October because in October of this year, LIAP's program design will shift to become a monthly discount off of an eligible customer's entire bill rather than a lump sum credit on their bill. And because the amount of the LIAP bill will now be tied directly to the customer's bill amount, allowing CEPs to charge LIAP customers more than the standard offer rate would waste precious program funds. Many states, such as Pennsylvania, Ohio, and New York, have banned CEPs from selling to recipients of low-income assistance entirely. Others, such as Maryland and Connecticut, place restrictions on the rates that can be charged to low-income assistance recipients. We urge your support of 2203, as we feel that this measure strikes the appropriate balance between maintaining consumer choice and protecting public funds. I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, we'll go on to other proponents of the bill. I'll recognize Alf Anderson from AARP.
Good morning, Chair Lawrence, members of the UT Committee. I'm Alf Anderson with AARP Maine. AARP is a nonprofit, nonpartisan social mission organization with more than 200,000 members across the state of Maine. We have proposed and supported efforts to shield residential customers generally and low-income customers in particular from the harmful impact of the retail supplier market here in Maine. We've urged the PUC and this committee to enact reforms for several years. We have taken similar action in other states where they have implemented protections for their low-income customers, such as Illinois, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and Maryland. And we support this bill presented today and urge your adoption here in Maine. I don't have any more specifics to add to what the public advocate just shared with you all, but the outcome of the study that ERAC endorsed and the recommendations that they put forth, found that customers were overcharged by as much as $156 million over a 9-year period, which is, in our view, very much outrageous. In addition to the evidence that low-income residential customers in Maine pay more, and in some cases significantly more, for basic essential electric service from CEPs compared to the standard offer, there is plenty of information in other states supporting the evidence here in Maine. And in fact, every other state study that we're aware of show the same outcome. Retail suppliers are generally charging more to residential customers, and we support this legislation to protect not all low-income residents of Maine, but those who are participating in the LIAP program. We think this modest reform should be adopted promptly. Let's see, I think beyond that, everything else has been covered through the public advocate. Again, we support this legislation and hope that the committee will pass it to protect those on the low-income assistance program.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you. We now have another proponent, James Cody from Versant Power.
Senator Lawrence and members of the committee. Again, I'm James Cody on behalf of Versant Power to give testimony in support of LD 2203. Versant Power recognizes the importance of energy affordability for customers and especially low-income customers. We believe that LD 2203 represents a reasonable approach to protecting such customers from unnecessary financial burdens by prohibiting CEPs from entering into or renewing agreements with customers receiving low-income assistance that would result in a rate higher than the standard offer. Lastly, I would just note that should the bill pass, Versant Power would be happy to work with the Public Advocate and the Public Utilities Commission to develop appropriate rules regarding the sharing of applicable customer information with competitive electricity providers that will be necessary for the implementation of this program. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or bring back more information at the work session.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Central Maine Power, Kathleen Bowman.
Morning, Senator Lawrence, members of the UT Committee, Kathleen Bowman from Central Maine Power Company. Not a lot more to add. I want to express an appropriate level of enthusiasm for this project. We are part of the ERAC, the Electric Ratepayer Advisory Committee, or Council, excuse me, and agree that this is definitely something that should be done, especially with ratepayer and taxpayer dollars. They should be used as beneficially as possible. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Other proponents, we have Caroline Colin from DOER.
Senator Lawrence and members of the UT Committee, my name is Caroline Colin, Legislative Liaison for the Department of Energy Resources. I will skip some of this as it's similar to what others have said, but DOER has generally supported in recent years CEP reforms and efforts to bring greater transparency and consumer protections to this competitive marketplace while maintaining consumer choice. However, recent changes to the administration and structure of the LIAP program in particular have warranted this renewed consideration for CEP participation for households receiving state assistance. Recent authorized changes to LIAP include automatic enrollment of income qualified households through coordination with DHHS, expanded income eligibility, increased program allocations, and a shift from the annual lump sum benefits to monthly percentage discounts applied to a customer's total bill. In addition, the PUC has made it clear through recent order that utilities shall continue funding the LIAP program even if participation exceeds allocated amounts, noting that investor-owned utilities may seek recovery for overspending if incurred in accordance with that rule. Together, these changes mean that when a LIAP participant is served by a CEP, charging rates over the standard offer, higher supply costs directly reduce the ability of the program to improve energy affordability. Because any program overspending may ultimately be recovered from other ratepayers. It's especially important to safeguard LIAP funds and ensure they are used efficiently and as intended. The bill, we believe, appropriately authorizes the PUC to adopt rules to implement this policy. We recognize that several implementation challenges will need to be addressed through that rulemaking process, including establishing customer data sharing processes, resolving timing and alignment issues between CEP and standard offer contracts, clarifying questions related to customer choice, and identifying ways to minimize its administrative burden associated with this compliance for both CEPs and the PUC. So given the continued evidence that low-income customers often pay more for electricity supply under CEP arrangements, this bill represents a targeted and equitable solution to protect those limited assistance funds for their intended purpose. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for DOER? Seeing none, thank you. Last but not least, the PUC, neither for nor, are you signed up? Yes, you are, neither for nor against. You look surprised, Deirdre. I do not see any opposition, but
All right. Senator Lawrence and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology, my name is Deirdre Schneider, testifying neither for nor against LD 2203 on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. LD 2203 specifies that a competitive electricity provider is prohibited from entering into a contract or renewing a contract with a customer who is a participant in LIAP that would result in charging a rate that is higher than the standard offer rate. It further specifies that a CEP is prohibited from charging a customer enrolled in LIAP a rate that is higher than the standard offer rate at any time over the term of the contract. There is value in helping LIAP customers reduce their bills, both for the customer and for maximizing available LIAP funds. In the next LIAP year, the program will change from lump sum payments to a discount rate. For example, if a customer's bill under the standard offer service is $100 at a discount rate of 30%, that customer would see a reduction in their bill of $30. If that same customer was in a contract with a CP for a higher than the standard offer rate, resulting in a bill of $150, that customer would see a reduction in their bill of $45. That $15 difference would result in higher costs to administer LIAP and would ultimately be borne by all ratepayers, including the participating in LIAP. The Commission does have some concerns with the implementation of the prohibition. A specific concern is with how best to implement the prohibition on charging a LIAP customer at any time a rate that is higher than the standard offer rate. The Commission is reluctant to put the utilities in a position to police CEPs. And CEPs are required to monitor their contracts to ensure that at any time they are not charging more than the standard offer rate. It may lead to CEPs simply not serving LIAP customers, eliminating customer choice, even in circumstances where it would be advantageous to the LIAP customer. However, by soliciting input during the rulemaking process, we would strive to find the right balance to implement this in an effective manner while preserving options for LIAP customers to seek rates that are lower than the standard offer rate. I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide additional information for the work session. Thank you.
And it looks like we have Nick Jensen online.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Nick Jansen. I'm the Policy and Partnerships Director at Maine Conservation Voters, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 2203. I don't have too much to add to what's already been said. We agree wholeheartedly with the testimony from the OPA, from CMP, and others that scarce assistance dollars should be used to help people and not competitive electricity providers. There's much more that needs to be done to fully address the affordability crisis, but we think LD 2203 is an important step and a fiscally responsible way to protect LIAP. And while we certainly support the bill in its current form, we would encourage the committee to consider expanding the scope of the legislation to all residential ratepayers or to considering a ban on CEPs selling to customers participating in LIAP. And with that, thank you for the time, and MCV or just the committee to vote ought to pass.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions for Nick? Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, hi. As you may remember, we had a bill like this last session, and we did not ultimately pass it because of the tension between people's choice and these programs. And I'd be interested in your opinion about why you think striking the balance of saying that people's choice can take a backseat, given that we're using public funds, why you think we should expand it beyond that.
Yes, thank you for the question. We know lab participation is growing. We know the number of lab customers choosing to contract with CEPs is growing, and electric rates are only going up. And in what is a difficult budget year for the state, in a time when people are struggling to pay their bills, we think it's appropriate that ratepayer dollars be used as efficiently as possible. And here, this report to ERAC really demonstrates that that's just not happening. And there's kind of a market correction that that would help preserve the program and help spread those dollars more consistently to help more people.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you.
I believe that's the last one on the list. Last call for anyone here? For, against, neither for nor against? I will call this public hearing closed. And with that, I think we're at ease until 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Lynn, who do we still have on our committee from? Okay, so just so I can just note that. Welcome back to Energy, Utilities and Technology. I see we have a few more folks joining us for some fun this afternoon. I wonder why. My name is Melanie Sachs. I would love for the committee to reintroduce yourselves since we have many participants back in. And this time I will start to my right with Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathan Wadsworth. I represent House District 82, Southern Oxford County.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kilton Webb, representing House District 98 out of Durham.
Good afternoon, Matt Harrington, represent Senate District 33, which is Alfred, Lebanon, Sanford, and Waterboro.
Steve Foster from Dexter, representing District 32, which includes the towns of Dexter, Garland, Charleston, Exeter, Stetson, and a part of Bradford.
Good afternoon, Representative Valley Geiger, District 42, which is the city of Rockland, most of the town of Owl's Head, and the islands of North Haven, Cree Haven, Matinicus, and the Muscle Ridge.
Morning, everybody, or good afternoon, everybody. Matthew McIntyre, House District 18, and let's go for twice in one day. Lowell, Burlington, Greenbush, Passadumkeag, Clifton, Amherst, Aurora, Osborne, Great Pond, Dedham, Eastbrook, Marieville, Otis, Bennington, Du Bois, and Cherryfield.
Mine's a lot shorter. Good afternoon. My name's Jerry Runte, and I represent parts of the towns of Wells and York, as well as the town of Concord.
And as I said, I'm Melanie Sachs. I represent the wonderful community of Freeport. So, and happy to be House Chair of this committee. So let's go through our 2 language reviews teams, if we could. And then we might take a brief pause while we get all set for our 3 work sessions. So, and I'm so sorry, Representative Kessler, would you like to reintroduce yourself?
No, I'm fine. No.
Yeah, good. Do you represent Southport and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth, sir? Yes.
Hi, I'm Chris Kessler, broadcasting live from District 121, which is part of South Portland and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you for your bingo cards. And Representative Paul, would you like to introduce yourself as well, if you are still on Zoom?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reagan Paul. I represent House District 37 in Waldo County.
Yes, we do have a lot of fun in this committee together. So thank you all for that. Okay, Lindsay, would you like to take us through the 2 language reviews that we have?
Certainly. So we will start out with the orange sheet. This is the draft language for your committee bill that was the result of LD 1967. So the Department of Energy Resources presented their report back. And so this is language intended to capture the committee's intent. So this would enact a new section of law establishing the Maine Home Energy Navigator and Coaching Resource Hub. It's established within the Department of Energy Resources to promote community-based energy coaching services to residential consumers that provides guidance, particularly to those in low-income, rural, and underserved communities to understand and navigate energy efficiency and clean energy investment options to affordably meet their home energy needs. Through the Resource Hub, the department must make available standardized training curricula and program materials that may be used by communities to implement their own energy coaching programs. The department, as funding allows, shall administer the Resource Hub. And then the bill would provide a one-time appropriation of $100,000 to fund the hub. And so I did also want to point out, so flagging that this was, I believe the committee's intent was one-time funding as opposed to ongoing. And then we've got the language in the summary regarding the committee not taking a position on this bill. The intent is just to have the bill printed so then it can be referred back to the committee for a public hearing.
Committee, any questions? This is the bill we just heard on Thursday and voted for some to vote out a bill. Questions, corrections, comments for Lindsay on the language? Seeing none, we can move that forward.
Excellent. Okay, so this will be hopefully printed very soon.
Lindsay, can we stop for a moment as we move to 2038? I believe Senator Harrington had a request on this bill before we go through language because if we reconsider it, votes may change. Senator Harrington.
I would like to reconsider. Obviously, I don't think I can make that motion, though.
The request.
Yeah.
So there was a request to, Senator Harrington was not here during this vote. And so he would like respectfully, as we do in this committee, to reconsider the bill. So he has the opportunity to register his vote. So it is a procedural motion. So those on Zoom, I'm sorry, you don't get a count. But for those in the room, there is a request to reconsider. So I move that we reconsider this vote. Is there a second? Representative Webb, all in favor of reconsideration of 2038? Any opposed? Seeing none, we will go ahead and reconsider it. So Lindsay, do you just want to remind us what the two reports are so that folks know what they would be reconsidering?
Yes, so on the pink copy in front of you, you've got the language for the ought to pass as amended report. So this would require transmission and distribution utilities to participate in regional transmission organizations, and the minority report was ought not to pass.
Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we just have a very brief caucus for this, please?
We certainly can. We'll be at ease for just a few moments. The bingo cards, that is a 5-minute caucus. We play bingo, folks. No. Yeah, I'd rather not. Then we can always do it later. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so this is back before us on reconsideration. Do I have a motion or discussion from the committee as to what you would like to do with this bill? Senator Harrington.
I mean, I think just hearing briefly your discussion, I think there is concern that if we don't put the emergency back on, the timeline's not gonna line up with like the FERC proceedings. So I do have some concern around that. But obviously if it's not widely accepted, it's a moot point, but I would move that we put the emergency back on and move ought to pass.
As amended with an emergency preamble. Is there a second? And then we can move to discussion. Representative Webb as a second. And so, yes, you certainly can move it off the floor if it doesn't eventually go for emergency. So we certainly can have it back on. So the motion before us is ought to pass as amended with an emergency preamble and the rest of the language that was here. Any further discussion by the committee? Seeing none, we would ask Lynn to join us. And for those of you new to the committee, I'd like also to acknowledge our wonderful analyst, Lindsay Laxon, and our amazing clerk, Lynn LaCroix. And we can proceed with
Thank
the
you.
vote.
Can we start with Representative Wadsworth?
Nay.
Representative Wadsworth votes no. Representative Webb?
Yes.
Representative Webb votes yes. Representative Paul, are you with us? I can come back to her. Senator Harrington?
Yes.
Senator Harrington votes yes. Representative Sachs?
Yes.
Representative Sachs votes yes. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler votes yes. Representative Foster?
No.
Representative Foster votes no. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger votes yes. Representative McIntyre?
No.
Representative McIntyre votes no, and Representative Runte?
Yes.
Representative Runte votes yes. So that's 2 for 6 in favor, 3 against, and the remaining absent.
Yes, and they certainly will have the opportunity to register their votes. And Representative Paul, if you do not want to go on camera, you can just email us the results as well. Thank you very much, Lynn. Thank you for the consideration. And so because the sponsors of 2 of the bills are not here at the moment, and for my bill, we would need Senator Lawrence to take over. We're going to have a brief recess until we round up a few folks. Welcome to my job of herding legislators. Thank you. Hi, folks. We're sorry for the delay. This is just an update. We are going to be officially at ease until 2:30 due to some complications. I'm sorry for everybody's schedule today. But we will hopefully reconvene at 2:30, just if you needed a snack. Thanks.
Oh, maybe. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. We're going to start with a work session on LD 307. New title, an act to establish the main data center coordination council and place a temporary limitation on certain data centers. So I'll open a work session on that bill. Can I introduce you? Oh, that's right. I'm Nicole Grahowski. I represent Senate District 7, 22 communities in Hancock and Knox counties with my third introduction of the day. Been in many places this morning. So we do have, I think, a new amendment presented by Representative Sachs. And I don't know, Representative Sachs, if you want to walk us through that. Thank you.
I'd be happy to. Actually, the language is very similar to what you've seen. It's just literally, I just called it Lindsayfied, which is not the correct term, but we just had it put Lindsay for the revisor's office. You will note that we did put instead of moratorium that that word is not used anymore, but it does talk about may not issue a permit, et cetera, et cetera. So it's much of the same language. It just doesn't say the word moratorium anymore, but I don't want to say to anybody that it's not true. Lindsay, did you want to talk about that a little bit, or because we did change it also in, where is the other piece that I think most of the other parts are the same. Please forgive me if I've forgotten anything else.
No, I think with respect to, we swapped the sections because now we're putting the temporary limitation in the general laws. And the phrasing of the limitation is a little more targeted and more consistent with how we draft in Maine. So this specifies a municipality, a quasi-independent state entity, or any agency of the state may not issue a permit, certificate, or other approval for the development, construction, or operation of a data center with a load of 20 megawatts or more until July 1st, 2028. The last version had a prohibition starting as basically saying prior to X date, you could still move forward under certain conditions. Instead, we're tying that to the effective date of the act. So the prohibition does not apply to a data center that prior to the effective date of the act received a permit, certificate, or other approval for development, construction, or operation, or if it entered into a lease agreement for or purchased property on which the data center is planned to be constructed or operated. And then we maintain the same definition of data center with, I do want to point out that section of law would be repealed June 30th, 2028. So the limitation would go away.
Right. So it's everything, Madam Chair, that we had, just looks a little different, but I did want to highlight that for folks. And I want to also just say to my committee, as well as to the public, I really appreciate the impact, the dialogue around this. This is really helpful. This is really productive. I am hoping that today we just listen. I know we had invited some folks to be here today, perhaps from Sanford, to just continue to talk about this together. So again, committee, I'm hoping that there's not a vote today, that we can consider the information that we are going to receive today and continue to deliberate together. So that would be my hope, Madam Chair. Obviously, my hopes and dreams don't always come true, but it would be helpful today.
Thank you very much, Chair Sachs, sometimes Chair Sachs. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Sachs. I want to call you Chair. So I just wanted to say that I too would hope that we will get to learn more about this and get more information, and certainly hold off on voting until we have everything we think we need to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wadsworth.
Lindsay, so is this appears more restrictive from last week, because I think last week it was 35 megawatts and now we're down to 20. Is that correct?
Representative Sachs.
It was noted there was an error in the summary, but the actual language that was proposed in the amendment was 20. And so I apologize for that.
Are there other further questions for Representative Sachs about what she's presented in this sponsor's amendment? Okay, seeing none, were there specific questions for stakeholders that committee members had? Representative Warren.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I was wondering if there was anyone in connection with some of the news and community impact we were hearing from Senator Harrington. Not to put you on the spot, but just if that was part of where we want to still make sure we get the best information before making a decision. Senator Harrington?
So there are several folks here today from Sanford, the city manager, superintendent of the water district, as well as members of the business who are looking to build this facility. So I would encourage each of them to kind of come up and give their own perspective on this and kind of educate the committee on this potential project.
Okay, thank you, Senator. So it sounds like there's a request to hear maybe first from the city manager of Sanford to share any information about the proposed. Okay, so if there's a person representing the project that I don't know what its name is, in the vicinity of the Sanford area that would like to come up and educate the committee with more details than we currently have, you'd be welcome to join our analyst at the table in the front of the committee. Oh, yes, I don't believe this actually exists, and this further proves my point. Oh, Representative Warren, you've joined us since newly this afternoon, apparently. Please go ahead and introduce yourself to entertain the audience.
Yes, thank you so much. Sorry for my delay. Very sorry. My name is Sophie Warren, and I'm fortunate to represent a small but mighty portion of Scarborough in the main house.
Are there any other committee members that haven't introduced themselves in this room or lurking online? Okay, great. Welcome, sir. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name's Randy Gibbs. I have prepared remarks and thereafter, to the extent it would be helpful, I and a development partner for what we are intending to do would be available to answer any kind of questions.
Okay.
I want to start by apologizing in advance to the committee if over the next few minutes some of you find my tone offensive or off-putting. It's pure passion. I am passionate about what I'm working on here in Maine. Strong convictions as to the potential benefits a project of this size and scale brings to York County and how impactful this can be to the lives of everyday Mainers. Sometimes that passion can come across differently than intended. And again, I apologize if it appears as a criticism. I promise you that's not my intent. As I said, my name's Randy Gibbs. I represent the ownership group of a 1,050-acre piece of undeveloped land in South Sanford. The subject property has been in my family for more than 50 years. The property is zoned IB, and the city is highly desirous of seeing it developed for that purpose. Over the last 50 years, the property has been considered for a number of development concepts. None have gained traction, and the property has largely sat idle. We believe it to be the largest undeveloped property in sight in York County. With the passage of time, the management of the affairs relating to the property for the interests of the ownership group has fallen to me. Not only do I represent the ownership group, but I am the prime developer for what is contemplated here. My energy roots go back to the 70s as part of the Gibbs Oil Company, which was one of the largest distributors of petroleum products in New England from the 50s until the 80s, when the business was sold to BP. I've made a career as an energy infrastructure developer for the last 25 years. I've developed both fossil and renewable projects over that time across the country, and presently am on the cusp of closing financing and commencing construction on a close to $2 billion, 9,000 barrel a day renewable fuels refinery in eastern Iowa, manufacturing renewable diesel and renewable jet fuel, which we call SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. I only offer that history to establish that I'm an experienced, accomplished developer, experienced in managing many aspects of what's contemplated here. But I lack certain expertise necessary for this project to be successful, and am aligned with other experts in the field of finance and capital markets, large-scale industrial construction, data center development, most forms of power generation, and utility operations and management. I understand I might be regarded as an outsider, but I identify as half a Mainer. I've been coming to Maine all my life. In my 70+ years, I've observed that as infrequently as once a generation, or maybe once every other generation, a technology comes along, something game-changing that shatters the norm and rewrites accepted conventions. We're in one of those times today, and the decision that this committee makes with respect to this moratorium will impact Maine's economy positively or negatively for generations to come until the next such economic shattering advancement comes along. This committee is on the verge of determining if Maine will participate or watch from the sidelines the economic explosion that is unfolding seemingly at breakneck speed across the country. Quoting from a published report just last night by WGME, which quotes Representative Sachs, we need to be really thoughtful about it, speaking about the proposed moratorium. I couldn't agree more. Respectfully, I humbly offer my opinion that in the best interest of the people of Maine, this committee should proceed with appropriate diligence and care and take all the necessary time to make the best decision on behalf of the people of Maine. This moratorium's passage, I guess maybe this is yesterday's news in light of the new language. So the remarks that I had prepared may or may not be appropriate at this time. I will go ahead and read them, but with the caveat that they may or may not apply anymore. This moratorium's passage will kill this deal. It'll kill the billions of dollars of investment in Maine before it has begun. It'll kill the hundreds of careers this project will bring to southern Maine. It'll kill the tens, if not hundreds of millions of future tax revenue that this project will produce. And it will kill the enormous economic impact a project like this can bring to the entire region. Not only will it kill this deal, but it will assure that Maine will be left behind and not be considered for this kind of development, regardless of how thoughtful, how respectful, and how environmentally considerate the developer or the project may be. The committee should understand that the data center boom will end one day. Most experts believe it'll end soon. Few think it'll last past what was previous. No, what is the proposed moratorium? The committee should factor in its deliberation that the consequences of this moratorium, no matter how well intended, will kill Maine's opportunity to participate in this data center economic boom, as well as all the other industries we are intending to bring to this campus. Maine is on no one's radar as a potential hotbed of the data center industry. Maine is generally considered to be an unattractive market for this type of project for a few fundamental perceptions: high electric rates, and the reputation that Maine is a difficult place to do business and has an uncertain regulatory environment that can't be relied on. How can the state hope to attract its share of the hundreds of billions of capital investment being made across the country in light of shifting regulatory rules? Doesn't this proposed moratorium bear that perception out? Like it or not, Maine is in a competition with every other state while trying to attract a slice of the hundreds of billions of investment being made, which would provide millions of dollars to the city and state in the form of taxes, create remarkable, highly paid blue-collar, white-collar careers that are needed both in construction and operations, and enormously stimulate the local and state economy. Our team is doing the work to get Maine finally into the conversation of this national competition and to bring some of these multi-billion-dollar capital investments together with all of the construction and permanent jobs that go with such a development and bring them here to Maine. For the project to work and be successful, it has to work for our industrial tenants who choose to locate here. It has to be good for the city and state in terms of providing public benefit and practicing environmental sensitivity, increasing the tax base, providing meaningful property taxes, and creating careers by the hundreds for both skilled, high-paying and blue-collar workers. We fully respect that we will be abiding by the same strict regulations required by any new industrial business. This moratorium would put an end to developers like the team I have assembled at Sanford Woods, considering Maine for such ambitious, forward-thinking projects. Who will be willing to take the time and make the investment in such an uncertain environment? A bit about our project, which I guess is really what you really want to hear about. We call our project, our project is the Sanford Woods Industrial and Technical Campus, shortened to Sanford Woods. It's wrong to think of us solely as a data center project, as we envision much, much more. Our project presently incorporates a power project, a data center project, an industrial gas project, a cold storage project, a large industrial scale controlled environmental agriculture project, indoor greenhouse of scale of 50 acres under roof. All these projects and industries are symbiotic with one another and benefit from each other's presence. Other target industries include advanced manufacturing, industrial warehouse distribution centers, defense and medical R&D. I could go on and on. I feel I've only scratched the surface on aspects of what we are planning that would be important for the committee to understand and appreciate. In the interest of time, I'd like to introduce for a moment my co-development partner, Walt Bustles, who will speak to some of the topics that I believe the committee is likely most interested, namely the Power Island and such.
Thank you. Before you do that, are there questions for Mr. Gibbs from committee members? Representative Warren.
Well, thank you so much for being here, Mr. Gibbs, and I appreciate and respect your passion, and it looks like a lot of thoughts for us to consider here. I wanted to maybe touch on a little bit. You mentioned something about financing. Can I ask, just on a structural level, where are you at? What sort of steps have you taken sort of formally in the permitting or sort of resource dynamics around this? I do want to get to the energy piece, but just kind of bigger picture.
So when you think about financing for a project like this, there are really two projects within project that anchor what we intend to do here. One of which is the Power Island, which has its own financial solution attached to it. That will likely be provided by infrastructure funds or PE funds or similar sources of capital. We are not in touch with such parties. We're not dialoguing in depth with such parties as of yet on any aspect of the project. The data center is likely to be financed by the party that ultimately wants to make a home in the Sanford Woods campus. The plan is to demonstrate a clear path to any gating items such as permitting, any kind of the site presently is raw woods. All of the utilities that we need to bring to the site are in the area. None of them are on site. As you're aware, at least one of the utilities we would need to bring to the site is here today and prepared to speak to the committee if that's helpful.
Follow-up, Representative Warren.
Thank you so much. And could you walk me through a little bit? It sounds like broad strokes would be helpful or sufficient for this conversation. The timeline that you're looking at here. What are the different steps?
Well, I'll tell you that a developer always offers an aggressive timeline, and the reality of when that developer gets into permitting or encounters issues, it seems like a project never is delivered earlier than anticipated and generally is delivered later. We are as to the data center, we aspirationally hope to be in the market with hyperscalers and other potential targets as early as May or June of this year. That would be a marketing campaign to describe to those folks the package that we've put together for them to acquire and deliver. To the extent they desire it, we would continue on in a capacity working for them to execute on all of the utility connects, other contracts, permits, et cetera.
Representative Warren.
So it sounds like for that May or June, you're talking about attracting the party who would finance it, perhaps, is if I'm making that
Speaking to
connection.
the data center, let's say we commence a process in May or June. That would take several months, at which point in time that party would commence the data center aspect of it. And with the anticipation and our guidance that we would have a path to delivery of first energy within a year and a half of when they acquire the property.
Okay.
I hope that kind of gives you a sense of a timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sachs.
Thank you for your latitude to ask questions, Madam Chair.
It's a work session.
Yes. Hello, thank you, Mr. Gibbs, for being here today. Truly appreciate it. I wanted to just ask one initial question, which is, given that the land is already owned by you as the developer, owner, and of the parcel, have you looked at the temporary limitation language, which is very similar to the one proposed last week? It just literally just changed and put temporary limitation.
Honestly, I didn't see language last week. I've seen this language
Right.
over the last hour.
I would be interested to know, since it says that this prohibition does not apply to a data center where the purchased property is already
purchased, right? It says the prohibition does not apply to a data center prior to the effective date of this act that has entered into a lease agreement for or purchased property on which the data center is planned to be constructed or operated. So I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm asking you to consider that language to let us know if that temporary limitation exception already applies to your property.
I think that calls for a legal.
That's why I said, I'm not
review.
asking for an answer now, but
I-
just to understand.
So the property is owned by Northern New England Company.
Mhm.
The SPV, special purpose vehicle that will be created, it doesn't exist now, to do all of the development activities for all of these industries, doesn't own the property. So I'm concerned that the language may leave some vagaries as to whether or not we're adequately addressed.
Follow-up from Sachs. So again, I'm keeping my questions just to, I appreciate all of the extra information as well, but I'm trying to keep just for the impact of the legislation in front of us.
I tend to ramble.
No, that's fine. I've been known to rein it in.
Okay.
So one question, you spoke about the uncertain regulatory environment. And so is it your understanding that this council actually is trying to help put together certainty in the regulatory environment?
If you asked me the question last week, I would have had a different answer. Today, I feel comforted that perhaps they are.
Yeah, I would say as the sponsor, that is certainly the intent, whether because it is the intent would be to make sure that anyone considering, as you said, to bring these in would know whether there were certain permitting, whether there's an impact fee, whether there's going to be Dirigo availability, tax credits or not. That is all part of the regulatory environment that you are so concerned about, and that I would argue this actually would help the business environment. And so would ask that you consider that as well. And so my final question is there anything in this, given that you're so truly early in the process, is that a fair assessment, Mr. Gibbs, to say fairly early in the process? Is there anything that this temporary limitation would do truly to negate this project if at the end of it, there's more regulatory certainty and you're in the early stages?
I'm not sure. Could you ask the question again?
Sure. Given that you're in the early stages with the
Yep.
time limit of this, and perhaps that could even be moved a little bit. Right now, it goes to the end of the 133rd legislature to give folks time to put into place any of the recommendations of the council. But given that it sounds, if I'm hearing it correctly, there are many miles to go before this project goes. Is there anything in this temporary limitation, and again, you can bring that back for the work session, that would truly impede the good, the prospecting and the other things that you're doing, the marketing campaign, anything like that?
Nothing that comes to mind.
Thank you.
Representative Warren?
This might be a question for the individual who I think you were going to introduce as coming next. So you let me know, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but one thing that I've heard from constituents and some small business leaders in my community is actually around the relationship between data centers and energy prices. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to that a little bit more insofar as you were talking about the reputation that Maine has, and whether we're making a really concerted effort to lower those costs for businesses and
I
individuals.
do think that my developer partner, Walt Vassell's, is better equipped to answer that question and a similar line of questions. And so
Yes, thank you.
if the committee would allow, I'd bring him up to answer such questions.
All right, seeing no further questions at this time for you, Mr. Gibbs, we will allow this.
Good afternoon. I'm Walt Busells. Let me apologize first for my casual dress. When I was preparing to come, I did not realize I'd have the opportunity to speak with y'all, and it's delightful to be able to do this. And I'll try to get right to the point on that very important question. Briefly, me, 30 years electric utility experience, the last 10 as chief executive officer of a large utility in Florida. and with other former utility executives and think tank and R&D folks around clean energy and energy innovation, we master develop around our country and Mexico as well, powering large complex situations, deploying well-proven but not yet commonly used technologies that in our considered opinion, there's 10 of us, is so superior to common practice. It's a shame we're not transitioning fast enough yet to better tools, lower cost, cleaner, and all those things we all want. And so I'll stop preaching right now and come around to this. So my team met Randy and his team 5 years ago and put the power system together for that $2 billion sustainable aviation fuel in Iowa that'll begin coming out of the ground this year. It is beyond cool what they're doing there with ag waste and jet fuel. So he called me last year and said, family's had this for 50 years. We're excited about the opportunities. We've got to get something going, but power is an issue for these energy dense things. Could y'all come look at it with us? And we said, sure. And we've been up here a lot and thoroughly enjoying it since then. So I'm going to summarize a lot of work in 6 months. The optimum power supply for these intended industries is first, we cannot afford to buy from the grid and be cost competitive to attract these leading industries. The grid is too expensive for these industries. What we've put together, and I'll just share, it's 300 megawatts of base load, we would say in utility speak, of fuel cells made in America. There's over 1,000 deployments for 20 years across our great country, growing at 30 and 40% a year compounded because of all that's going on with our economy and data centers and other factors too. We are very conversant. We're doing this at other projects in California and Arizona and Colorado and Georgia and Florida currently. Some adjustments here. And we can, from the time we get the green light, be up and running in 15 months or less. Nothing else can touch that in our knowledge today. The supply chain backups for new power supply are just enormous. We'll finance it. There's more capital that wants to be invested in these projects than there are projects today, thank goodness, in our country. And all the cost will be paid by the Controlled Environment Agricultural Center, the data center, these other large employers that we seek to attract to come here. We'll connect to the grid if that were desirable or beneficial in some way. We would be happy to do that. Most of us are former electric utility folks and we love utilities and everything. But we intend to be, we would say, islanded physically, operationally, and financially. And so there's no way for an electron or a dollar to somehow affect a main customer or ratepayer here in this great state. Unless y'all said you wanted us to somehow connect and do something that'd be mutually beneficial, always open to that. But otherwise, we just want to power our thing at costs that are well below grid cost and that enable these projects to compete in the national competition going on today. And I realizing I'm beginning to preach and I need to shut up. There's some other technical stuff. It would be microgridded 1-to-1. So we're not legally a utility, and there's 100 years of precedent here in Maine for that situation. You know, the mills and pulp and paper industry 100 years ago, largely self-powered, co-located. And it's like 100 years later coming back around to self-powering and co-locating for a lot of the same reasons. And so that's what we would intend to do. This is non-combustion technology. So there's no particulate matter, no oxides of nitrogen or sulfur. There's a little bit of food grade, almost food grade CO2, which is a big demand in industry and so forth. It can be captured with devices and then beneficially reused. Currently, all the food grade CO2 in our research consumed in Maine is imported from other states. We could begin making that here in Maine at Sanford Woods. That'd be cool. So we could be zero carbon or very, very low carbon. No other emissions, no combustion. quiet, safe, over 1,000 deployments for 20 years. Anyway. That's the primary thing. For some of the other things, some solar and some batteries might make sense here and there. But they would be small scale, not 300 megawatts or not data center scale, like utility scale type things. And so we put all that together. We're doing this around the country. Our team did it with Mr. Gibbs at his plant in Iowa and some other things in other parts of the country. But so zero impact on the grid is how we would do it on purpose, so we can be competitive and bring these billions of investments here to Maine in Sanford. I'm sorry for rambling.
Thank you, Mr. Bucels. Are there questions? I don't know who was first down there. Well, no, this lady has asked a lot of questions. It's between the two of you. Representative Runte, then Representative McIntyre, then Representative Warren, then Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you. Could you describe which fuel cell you intend to deploy? And you're dealing with, I assume, a modular arrangement.
Yes. So we believe the best fit for this deployment would be Bloom Energy fuel cells. They're made in California and Delaware, East Coast, West Coast. They currently come in 325 kW boxes, and you can stack them up. So we would need, for 300 megawatts, 10 acres. There's plenty of room with some buffer. And you can go vertical, go horizontal. We would go horizontal because of the geography of Sanford Woods and so forth.
Follow-up, Representative Runte.
Are they built-in reformer units? So you're using a local natural gas supply?
Yes, we would start on natural gas. The first phase of fuel cells is the device that busts up the CH4 and the carbon goes up into the very smooth CO2 which you can capture. Then the hydrogen goes to the fuel cell and it's busted up and goes on.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Your microphone was off and I apologize. You're gonna have to repeat that.
I've already forgot what I said.
Start with methane, CH4.
Okay, yeah.
I'm doing the whole
I'm
formula over here.
Yeah, so our plan is to begin with natural gas. In the first phase in fuel cells, including Bloom Energy fuel cells, is the electrolyzer that busts the CH4 up into carbon and hydrogen. When hydrogen becomes cost effective, our view is it's when, not if, but it might be 3 or 4 or 5 more years. We'll go to hydrogen, bypass the first phase, and the conversion efficiency will go from 55% to like 62%. That'll be a happy day when that happens, but we'll start on natural gas.
Representative Runte, go right ahead.
If you transition to pure hydrogen, how much of an additional load would the electrolyzers for that incur?
We wouldn't need them anymore. We would bypass the first phase in the fuel cell.
You're assuming, yeah, okay. So you're assuming you're going to get hydrogen gas provided to you.
We hope so. You know, it's so expensive still, but the hydrogen hubs going on, including the one in New England, we'll see what happens. But a lot of smart people are working really hard to make that anyway. But yeah, but it's 3, 4, 5 years. But we'll be ready when that happy day occurs. I hope it does.
Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quick question based on something you shared with us. You stated that the cost would be well below grid cost. Can you give us a sense of what your baseline you think is in terms of kilowatt hour?
Yeah, so you know, this is the competition for data centers is just ferocious. So we don't want to inadvertently in a public setting say too much, but at least 25% less than grid prices. How about that? Maybe better.
Acceptable. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask a little bit about, there was some public conversation at least about the expected impact on jobs. And I'm just wondering, hear different things in this type of work, and some of it can be really exciting and some of it does turn out really well, and sometimes it doesn't. And so I just feel like I want to just put it to you, and maybe it's to your partner, about we've got this longstanding labor shortage in so many different industries. And so wanting to understand, how do you approach that for Maine? Are you looking to attract folks to come here? Are you looking to offer very competitive wages or certain types of benefits or housing, or how do you approach the kind of the landscape we've got here in Maine?
It's such an important question, and close to Sanford Woods is the new high school technical training center for Sanford. The need for electricians, electrical trained people for these things is enormous. The pay, the compensation for the acquisition of such skills, people will make a buck and a quarter routinely around the country for these kind of jobs. Initially, some will have to be imported to build them, the phases and so forth. But to be training young people, middle-aged people, older people that are attracted to that work, and maybe somehow this team helps fund the training programs at the technical center, kind of just right around the corner from Sanford Woods, would be marvelous. I didn't maybe answer your question, but there hundreds of like electric utility level trained people with different particular skills and crafts both to build, and then on every few years they redo the racks and the chips. They keep upgrading them. And then you need to bring in 100, 150 people with those skills, very, very well compensated, to do it effectively for the next changeover. And so ideally, you always want as much as possible to be local people doing that work for a whole variety of good reasons. Here, there probably some will need to be imported for a while to put it up initially and so forth. I may not be answering your question again. I'm sorry.
I do have a question for you. So you talked about using methane as your source for hydrogen. What is going to be the energy source to make that happen? Like you need energy, electricity, something to split the CH4 into H2.
So I ran a utility for a while, but I'm an accountant, not an engineer. I'm going to give you my accountant's version of the electrochemical process that goes on. And this is 100-year-old technology. It just keeps getting refined. The CH4 molecule, natural gas, comes in phase one. And what they call electrolyzers, this has been around 100 years. They bust it up into the atoms. The one carbon atom is emitted, if we choose, as CO2. It attracts. The hydrogen, 4 hydrogens, 1 carbon, that's what goes in the fuel cell. And the fuel cell, they are like millimeter sized devices now. When you open up the boxes and look inside, it's just mind-boggling science. Bust up the hydrogen atom into protons, electrons. The electrons come out as electricity, direct current, and then inverters make it AC, so it's usable in conventional grids. And then the protons come up as a little bit of heat, and we intend to capture the heat with combined heat and power devices attached to each fuel cell, and then use that for the little bit of cooling in the data center that doesn't come from the ambient cold air here in Maine. The cold climate here is a competitive advantage that cannot be overstated for data centers. The virtual elimination of cooling machines and power and cost, it's done with Mother Nature's free cold air, filtered and passed through. So that's a huge plus for Maine and this site.
Well, can I just get you to focus in on the electrolyzer?
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Like
So-
that's not just like a magic situation. I think that requires energy.
So there's, so I should not,
We can have that information for the work session, the next work session.
I'll get that for you, or I'll bring an engineer with me.
Okay, and
Actually,
then the
no.
second question I had is when you transition to hydrogen coming from a regional hub, are you envisioning that that would be using trucking to get that to your facility? Some kind of pipeline? What's
Oh, gosh.
what's the way that's going to happen?
So much of the work going on now is precisely focused on not just how to, ideally green hydrogen is the objective. But the distribution, delivery, the ratio of production hubs and then consumers and users. That is a lot of what's going on, figuring that out. And we might be 3 or 5 years away from recommendations or ideal. So I wouldn't even hazard a surmise how that what might turn out to be the best thing, both economically and safety wise and so forth.
Okay, is there any other option that I haven't articulated other than those two?
I'm not aware of anything other than trucking and pipelines. That's not my area of expertise, but I'm pretty sure those are the ones that are focused on. Well, and then small production facilities co-located where there's major demand. Not unlike we're talking about grid power plants, consumers are putting it together. Hydrogen consumers at scale, maybe there's production facilities that can be put next by.
Okay, thank you. Representative Sachs and then Representative Geiger.
I think you must have read the Washington Post article
I
this
did.
morning about shadow data centers, those that
okay.
claim to bring their own power. So I wanted to do the same thing that I did, Walt, with Mr. Gibbs, which was talk about the language of the bill. And given all these wonderful plans that are happening, do you see that this temporary limitation, while we try to get the regulatory environment correct, would significantly impair the progress going forward in Sanford Woods?
Super important question. So I read the language when it was handed out. I'm an accountant, not a lawyer, but the way I read it quickly sounded like Sanford Woods might not be exempted from the moratorium. And I'm using the precise language because it said data center that had this situation. And I don't think Sanford Woods qualify. I'm not sure the definition of data center would be. But me reading at one time, if the intent was a situation like Sanford Woods would not be prohibited from moving forward to choose the best data center for Sanford Woods in Maine, that would be great. But it just wasn't clear to me what the intent might be.
Right. And so I'm going to ask the same of you that I said to Mr. Gibbs is this is all, of course, sounds wonderful as you're making it sound. However, the intent of the language of the bill is just to say these may be all the bells and whistles that you're talking about. We just want to make sure we get it right. And that businesses have regulatory certainty, that community benefit agreements can be done that's to the benefit of the communities, all of the things, the environmental resources. If these fabulous fuel cells from Bloom Energy didn't materialize, what's your backup plan? And then all of a sudden we've got a natural gas fired power plant next to us or generators. But you know what I'm saying? Like things happen within the marketplace, as you said, scarcity of resources, things like that. So just wanting to have some certainty. And so my only ask is the same that I had of Mr. Gibbs is please give the committee feedback. Next session is fine in the interim
That'd be great.
to say, we can still do all the things we're planning to do because this is a long-term project and we have many miles to go before we sleep. At the same time, that Maine really is thoughtful about, and I'm glad Mr. Gibbs and I agree on that, thoughtfully making sure that we have these right things. So that would be my ask.
Okay, absolutely, yes.
I had Representative Geiger, Representative Runte, and then Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here today. Truly appreciate the ability to talk about this project. So from what you and Mr. Gibbs are saying, the energy will be self-generated. It'll be a Bloom Energy fuel cell. As we know, fuel cells require continuous oxygen and continuous fuel, and the fuel you're choosing is natural gas. The grid runs on primarily natural gas. It's expensive, it's volatile in price due to a global market. So is your hope that this, your own generation will be less expensive than the grid because you'll be transitioning to hydrogen and are going to carry the costs of gas? Or is it the gas to fuel cell equal more energy than our grid is able to get from the same amount of natural gas?
The lower cost of electricity at Sanford Woods is overwhelmingly due to the lower capital investment per kW of production capacity, and the fact that there's other fuel cell manufacturers that could be considered in our country. There's 3 really big ones and growing and everything, but you turn them on and they run nonstop every minute, every hour, every day for 5 to 7 years, never off. So the amount of output per unit of capacity is far greater than the grid. So the relative efficiency of capital investment per kilowatt hour is far less than the grid currently. We factored in the expectation of paying at least $1.75, $2 a decatherm more for natural gas in Maine. That's more than the current pricing. And our team will price risk management with options and hedges and all that kind of stuff too, and that sort of thing. But the overwhelming reason is the engineering economics of the capital investment per kW, per kWh is far lower than the current grid rate base and so forth.
Representative Runte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The way the text is written, it's sort of, I mean, to me, right off the top, it's a one-time thing. Is the property bought or not as of such and such a date? But you're talking about a project with multiple components. You've got a and you're going to create a special company. I'm sure maybe some of the other pieces are going to be LLCs. These are all going to come in some sort of sequence, but after perhaps, the initial start of the project. I'm not sure. I'm wondering if because of the modular nature of the project, that maybe that's a dilemma, the way the text is written as kind of a one-time, are you there or are you not? And the other piece of this is, one time Bloom's energy model was they would sell you the electricity. You didn't own and operate the unit. Are they going to do that for you all, or are you all in the business?
We know them very well and are working with them on other projects around our country today. The current menu with them is whatever makes sense for the customer and the application. They've got remarkable flexibility compared to maybe a few years ago or longer in our experience. And we know them really well and have used their technology in a number of other applications around, including the sustainable aviation plant that'll be coming out of the ground before too long, and I hope I answered your question.
Representative Kessler, and then Representative Foster.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, if that's okay. The first question was to confirm what I was hearing earlier, but did you say that in terms of the 300 megawatts of demand that you'll have, and starting off with natural gas, has it been determined how that would get to site?
So there are multiple options. First, I'll say 300 megawatts is a bit of a placeholder. We'll see what the market is. It might be 100, might be 175, and they come in small building blocks. So whatever makes sense in phases is what we'll do. We started planning 300 to be sure we had plenty of capacity for that first 18 months or so. We've been meeting with the local distribution company. I'm sorry, Unitil. And there's other interstate pipelines in the area of Sanford Woods and so forth. So there's a number of options. And that's some of the work going on right now to sort out what would be the most efficient. And they're all, within a mile or two or three of Sanford Woods. It's so big.
Representative Kessler, you had a second question?
Yes, thank you very much. So my second question was about water consumption at the site. And I understand that the Sanford Water District has been mentioned in this process. And so I was wondering if you could explain to the committee more about what that is going to look like for the campus, how many gallons per day usage at its peak, given the talk of an agricultural use there as well.
So one of the great things about this site with all the cold air, those massive amounts of water consumption at data centers across the country we've all read about are for water consumed for cooling the chips. We don't need that. So they have a thing called the water usage efficiency, WUE, and there's also a power use efficiency. We're estimating 0.2 of a liter per kilowatt hour. So for a 300 megawatt data center, which is a big one, it's maybe 150,000 gallons per day. And the general manager for Sanford Water is here today that we've been meeting with, and they have that plus a whole lot more based on what's happened. So we would actually be, I think, a financial benefit to the water utility in Sanford, but I shouldn't speak for Dave. He could address that. But one of the beautiful things about building them in really cold climates is you get rid of all that cooling stuff. The noise goes out with it too. And anyway, I won't talk about that.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Thank you for being here, sir. So one of the big concerns that's been mentioned about these is the electric usage off our grid and what that would do to pricing. You obviously have already said that even at our pricing today, without that happening, you couldn't afford to do this, and therefore you're bringing your own generation. But you also mentioned early on, Mr. Gibbs may have, that there may be opportunity should this committee or the state eventually get there, that you could possibly offer some ability to the state. And with that in mind, and as the chair just mentioned, when you are using your generation for not only the data center, but for the cooling, and I assume it's the size is based on not only what you may need for other projects that may come later on at the campus, but also for cooling that's necessary in the summertime. I'm wondering if you might mention, getting back to your utilities background, what might be available, where you might be able to help our grid when you've sized up for that summer heating load, and now it's 20 degrees in Maine. If you could just touch on how that might benefit.
Great question. So a quick first example would be Central Maine Power runs maybe a couple of primary voltage feeders to our site. There's a breaker there. The breaker's open most of the time, no physical interconnection. But then, in the coldest day on record, the ambient air is doing all the cooling at the chips. We have some excess capacity just idling. And then something happened with a transmission line, all those things that happen in the real world. And the utility we're looking at maybe brownouts or something, or who knows what. And we'd give them the right to close the breaker and flow everything we have to the extent it would help them keep the lights on or whatever. We do it at fuel cost or something. I mean, we don't want to make money doing that. But if closing a breaker from time to time in extraordinary situations helped keep the lights on or provide other benefits, that would be just fantastic. And we'd be happy to consider whatever might make it. And that's my first draft idea of what might be a mutual benefit. They probably have others that we're not thinking about.
Representative Kessler, I think you maybe had another question.
Yes, I did. I was still wondering about the other uses at the campus and if you've estimated what the total water consumption would be of all of the uses of the campus, and how that would compare with Hanford Water District's historical usage.
Again, I'll briefly speak for Dave, but, and he should address this. So including the other targeted anchor tenants, if we're successful in attracting great people, in all those, maybe 300,000 gallons a day total. The controlled environment agriculture, those sensor-driven drip irrigation systems, I mean, the amount of water they consume per head of lettuce or something is just incredibly, phenomenally low and admirable. But if we include that for a large one and then a pretty fair sized data center and a few other things, yeah, 300,000 gallons per day, which I believe is well within Dave's current capacity, given some prior factories and such that have shut down in, recent years, taking their load with them.
Committee members have other questions for Mr. Bucels. Representative Geiger.
If you'll indulge me, I'd just like to read a couple paragraphs from a Washington Post article today. It says billions of dollars are now being invested in power plants for off-grid data centers, even though key engineering challenges have not been solved. Most of the projects rely on natural gas because the variable output of solar and wind is difficult to manage without grid as backup. But the most efficient gas turbines are backordered for years, forcing developers to use more wasteful and polluting equipment. This is catastrophic for climate goals. Others warn that off-grid products could struggle to keep the lights on. Gas plants typically spend a third or more of the year down for maintenance, but data centers operate around the clock. I get that cost is no object for these companies and they just want to get online, said Jigar Shah, an energy entrepreneur. But they have not figured out, even with unlimited funds, how to make these plants run 24/7 reliability. Said the projects could also drive up prices for customers who still use the grid as developers outbid utilities for equipment and leave other ratepayers to bear the costs of maintenance for older energy infrastructure. This whole thing is like a fairy tale concocted on the back of a napkin. Can you talk to us a little bit about what makes it not a fairy tale?
I agree 100% with those words. And among the reasons that we focus for the base load and so forth on American fuel cells is because they are the antithesis of those issues with combustion technology. And I'm an old utility person. I bought steam turbines when I was CEO of the utility and so forth. At this point in our history and technological knowledge, it's time to transition to things like fuel cells that have been around a long time and are running all the time nonstop. There's other superior technologies, not quite as far along, but I would agree that continue to putting in combustion-based power generators at this point in our economic history and technological advancement makes no sense. We would not be associated with that kind of project in our group of my team. We won't do that. We just won't, because it's not the right way forward. The right way forward is non-combustion and demand side efficiency first and foremost, but then on the supply side, I agree 100% with who wrote that piece about the problems with trying to keep using combustion generation. Anyway, I agree 100% with that person. There is a better way, and it's made in America too.
Representative Foster.
And just to clarify, that article is talking about gas-fired turbines, like for instance, GE makes. And I hired technicians or supervisors who occasionally they would be down for weeks at a time while they were there to overhaul them.
Absolutely.
Correct. And
Oh, yeah.
yours is away from that type of technology.
Oh, yeah.
Representative Warren.
Thank you so much. This is probably for a next work session, if it's possible. I think there's some of what you've been speaking about on the tech side that I have seen different models of, but just as if you're able to, as much as you have, as maybe that was relied upon around business planning of the particular use cases where you've seen them borne out, would be really helpful just to know that we're not looking at something that we hope will come to pass. And then maybe as part of that, if there's information you have around the sort of climate and where these would be. I hear what you're saying about water use, but I would just want to dig into that as much as possible and know different forms of information you're relying on.
Yeah, we're happy to be sure I understand. So for example, this is public knowledge now. American Electric Power in the Midwest bought 1,000 megawatts of Bloom fuel cells for data centers, and they're being installed now. So we have a few cases like that are in the public record. There's a lot going on that isn't public yet that we're aware of. But I'd be happy to get those use cases and provide that sort of thing if that would be helpful.
That'd be so helpful. I think
Yeah, yeah.
because of where we're at with it being such a newer technology, though I do recall and I hear you about being on the frontier, and maybe we should be all moving in this way, but it would just to, as much as possible to know where those numbers are at would be great.
We have some great ones that are in the public record with other utilities and data centers going on right now at much bigger scale than this. I mean, really big scale compared to 300. I mean, yeah, we'll share those.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any other questions for Mr. Bucell. Did you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, go right ahead.
And so and all of this is just fantastic information that I hope the Data Center Coordination Council will take advantage of. But I want to be clear that my question for both you and Mr. Gibbs is, if this bill passes, what is the curtailment, if any, on your plan? And that is really the question that I am asking, not whether you're exempt or not, or what is the impact that this would have given what I would consider somewhat nascent stage of your project. That is the question I'm asking.
Sounds like a homework assignment. Senator Harrington, go ahead.
Well, I would just say, I think they've answered that a couple of times, that I think they just need to run it by
The legal team.
legal
Yep.
team to make
That's why it's a
sure.
homework assignment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to that homework assignment, after we step away from direction I believe this is going, I certainly would appreciate your input to the evaluation of Section 2, council membership, and put a critical eye on there as to whom else you may believe should be on there that represents the true subject matter expertise that should be joined at that table. Thank you.
Great. All right. I see no further questions. Thank you very much. We have spent a lot of time understanding the details of this proposed project. Is there any specific information that committee members are also seeking on this project that they need in order to make a decision on the legislation? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think, and I certainly understand where our sponsor is her comments about where that we need to go with this. But I also know that there's a lot of information, and I don't do Facebook, but I have been forwarded some information that indicates not only are we concerned about electricity usage, but a concern about the water usage. And I think we have, local control and so on and so forth that will manage that. But I would like to hear from the water district, if possible, on what their feeling is in regards to the size of this project and in what they have or don't have in the availability of water. Just
Okay. Yeah, and I did see that we have a letter with that information, but if you'd like to come up and present that information, that would be helpful.
Thank you. It's David Parent, Superintendent, Sanford Water District. And you do have a letter from me that gives a little bit of our history. The Sanford Water District, until about the mid-2000s, pumped an average of about 2.7 million gallons a day. We peaked out at maybe 4.5 million gallons a day. Currently, through loss of industrial usage, we probably have more residential usage than we did in the 2000s. But just through loss of industrial usage, we're down to about 1.5 million gallons a day. Over 1 million gallon loss. We peak out about 2.5 million gallons a day. So we've lost a lot of our usage. And what that does to us is water utilities, most of our costs are fixed. Okay, we have infrastructure costs, we have debt service, we have to pay our people, we have to replace our pipes. All those things really don't depend on how much water you're selling. If we sold 1 gallon or 100 million gallons, we'd still have to pay our bills, still have to pay our people. So what that does is when you don't have that commercial usage that we used to have, it shifts those costs to the residential base. So you end up with your residential users paying more. It also destabilizes it a little bit because when we have a dry year, like we did this year, a drought year, we sell a lot more water. That's nice because we have the water to sell. When we have a wet year, we sell less because people aren't watering their lawns, watering the gardens and doing those sorts of things. So we still have the same bills to pay. So it destabilizes the rate base for us, whereby commercial usage will be there, whether it's dry year, whether it's a wet year. Cyro Industries back in the day took 300 gallons a minute, nonstop, every day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Wonderful. We'd send them a bill every month. They'd send us a big check every month. We've lost all those sorts of things. So that's the history. So we have plenty of water. In fact, I was getting a little sad when Walt was talking because I wish he wanted more water than he does. We have more that we could sell to them. So on the source itself, the reason I knew about this early is that in Maine, maybe like this in other states, they can't even walk into the planning department and start without a letter from me saying we have enough water to serve this project or we have a way to get it. So, and this is the case with many water utilities across Maine that lost industrial usage. They have a huge amount of excess capacity that they would love to reestablish that commercial base. Our sources are all groundwater. When we develop a groundwater source, the state of Maine will not let us develop that source beyond its proven sustainable capacity. So the rain that falls on the ground has to be more than what we're going to pull out of the ground. So it has to be a sustainable source. That's not the case in other parts of the country. We're very lucky here in Maine that we protect it like that. So we do have the water. That's why we know is because they had to ask us before they even move forward with this. And if we have to develop another source, we would do that in a sustainable fashion. But I think if you look around, you'll find many other water utilities across the state that are in a similar position to us. Lincoln comes to mind. Rumford, I think, had a similar situation. Caribou, Waterville, Augusta, just to name a few of them pop into the top of my head here that lost industrial usage and ended up with shifting those fixed costs for all their infrastructure onto the residential base. So this would be wonderful for the customers and our customers of the district as far as stabilizing rates and preventing rate increases and maybe even lowering rates.
Are there any questions for Mr. Parent? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, excuse me, Representative Kessler, go right ahead. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you for being here. Would you just elaborate a little bit more on the history of the usage? And I'm looking at it in the context of some of the drought data from the past. You know, it looked like in like 2001, 2002, we had a pretty heavy drought period. And then for almost a decade, it was extremely wet. And then we've been sort of going between drought and wet years back and forth. I was wondering, when did the largest user or users stop taking from the water district? Like what approximate year was that?
2008. I remember it well. It was overnight. They shut their chemical reactors down and they stopped drawing 300 gallons a minute. We no longer could send them a bill for that. That was the biggest one. So there's been other industry that Sanford has lost. Vichy Sprague made tantalum chips. They were a significant user of ours, and then there's been some smaller users here and there. Some of the ones that are left use much higher efficiency processes, which is a good thing for the environment, not so good for our revenues. So it's been a slow progression since then, but the big one was in 2008. And I'm not a climate scientist, so after saying that, at the risk of saying something wrong, let me just explain. I've been doing this for 40 years now. I hate to admit that because it ages me. But what I've seen over time, we have an official NOAA weather station at the Sanford Water District. We've tracked the weather for probably, I don't know, it used to be 50 years, but that was 20 years ago. So probably 70 years now. We care about how much rain falls on the ground. So what we have seen in recent years with climate change isn't so much a drought that means the average rainfall, if you look at a 2-year period, is lower. It's longer dry periods. And when the wet periods come, they're heavier, they're quicker. A lot of it runs off for people depending on surface water supplies. In Sanford, we're in the glacial outwash plain of southern Maine, which means we have sand and gravel deposits that are just wonderful. And those turn into aquifers. Those catch that heavy rainfall and sustain us through those longer, drier periods that many other water utilities have issues with. So we're a little unique in that. We have not been bothered at all by the recent droughts. The one you talked about in 2000, 2001, that went for 2 years. And that was as I remember, and I don't know if I'm getting the dates right, that was a lower than average rainfall for that 2-year period. And that's not what we're seeing now. We're seeing dry periods that the farmers aren't getting the rain when they need it. We're seeing dry periods where sources like Branch Brook or Chase's Pond are getting too low. Then they have plenty of water other times of the year. We have those aquifers that provide that great buffer. We're very, very fortunate in Sanford.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
And I'll apologize for my rambling too, because you get me talking about geology and water, and I tend to go on a little bit.
You should listen to us.
Further information the committee is seeking at this time, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. I'd be curious if there's anyone who might have any legal advice for the types of questions that Representative Sachs has been asking as far.
Representative Sachs.
Can I make it clear I'm not seeking that? This is really up to, the question that we are posing, and I'll say it again, Senator Harrington, because clearly it's not clear, is just I want to know the impact that the bill language would have on the project, period. Whether you feel you're exempt or not, that's going to be from the courts. I'm wondering if they can give their assessment around the impact of the bill, because we're saying this is going to stop you in your tracks, this is going to do this or that. Maybe that is what Maine wants, maybe it isn't. But the important thing here is we're proposing this council. That council is trying to do its best to figure out the regulatory pieces about all of that. I certainly have questions about the water that just went there, because they're actually not talking about seasonal use. It's going to be a continuous draw, sometimes hard, sometimes high, sometimes low. It's clearly not going to be as rosy as, with my apologies, Dave was very excited about. I have skepticism around that. These are not questions that I think necessarily we need to solve right here. So I appreciate the question. If you're doing it on behalf of the questions I'm posing, you certainly can ask that question on your own. The bill before us is, what would the impact of the temporary limitation be on economic activity currently in Maine? And does this committee feel like the risk benefits of a temporary limitation are warranted or not?
Representative Webb, do you want to comment on that at all?
I am still interested in the answer as to what would the impact be to these centers who are currently being proposed. I am interested. I don't know if there is anyone with that expertise, but at minimum, I'd like to have that for the next work session.
Okay, sounds good. Senator Harrington.
If it would be appropriate, I would like to have our city manager come up and just speak briefly to the economic impact of this project to my area. And
Can you put a finer point on that question, just so we're not here till 10 p.m.?
yeah, just to briefly go over the economic impact to our region.
Okay.
For this project.
Come right on up. Maybe just primary economic impact might be helpful. Thank you.
So see why it was nice that the industry presented first with all the technical, yes. So from my knowledge of what the industry is proposing for the city of Sanford, there would be a tremendous economic impact. My understanding
If you
is
could
that.
just start back with your name,
Oh,
who you
I'm sorry.
represent, just so
Stephen
everyone
Buck,
listening
City
knows.
Manager in Sanford, Maine. Yep. So the economic impact that I'll relate to is they didn't use specific dollar amounts here today, but from what I'm aware, you're looking at an 80% increase in the taxable valuation of our municipality. That would produce a 60% reduction in the overall taxation burden for property taxpayers, both residential and commercially in our district. So for the average $400,000 home in Sanford, that's about a $3,000 per year savings. That is enormous. The first 100 jobs, and I emphasize the first 100 jobs, that's $11 to $14 million payroll per year. You talked about workforce development in our community. We talk about economic development, workforce development, and housing. We used to be 3 separate paragraphs on that. It's now 1 sentence. The 3 can't be separated. We have a partnership with York County Community College. They have an educational center in our industrial park that abuts this property. That recently has benefited from a $6.5 million investment from their base facility for the Defense Industry Alliance. The Senator Collins obtained those funds to put in there. One of the primary trades that they train there is electricians. So they come from our career technical education training course in Sanford High School. They go into the York County Community College program and they're launched up for a career. So we have all of those elements in place. When I think about what else this does for the state of Maine, you get the benefit of the 5.8 to 7.4% payroll tax on all of those jobs. You get the corporate tax. You get the benefit of my Rev 2 under state municipal revenue sharing would go away. You get to preserve those funds and distribute those somewhere else, because I've become not dissimilar from my near neighbors on the coast that have a large property wealth in there that we don't have currently, that have to compete in the labor market that forces us to pay those type of wages. So Rev 2 would go away, saving the state significant redistributed funds, and our EPS allotment will go down significantly as well, saving the state yet again additional funds. So it's those kind of economic impacts that we roll.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the city manager? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. So you've mentioned the financial benefit of this project for not only your city, but the state. Could you tell us from what you know about the project, what the cost will be to Sanford for having this facility, in the town going forward?
Yep. So it's the industrial development that pays the bill, so to speak. They don't have kids in school. Think of an industry that's going to start with natural gas coming in via pipeline, converting that to electrons. You're going to value add that by storing data, processing data, pushing that information out globally on a fiber optic network as a pulse of light. That's a global economy that Maine has no part of yet. There's a small data center in Brunswick. Our municipality's data is stored and backed up there for safeguarding and such into that, but it's nothing to this degree of magnitude. Our city has invested in Sanford Net Fiber. We own the largest municipal fiber optic network in the state of Maine. It's 43 miles of fiber-rich fiber optic network that we built specifically to capture this type of industry. And it's knocking on our door. I sat in this room to have 3 laws passed to allow me to be able to build that network for pole attachment agreements, for establishing municipal broadband as a municipal necessity, and amongst others, because absent that, I had to exercise the police power authority just to attach fiber to the poles. So I'm very familiar with being in this room, building that network. And all of the time talking about the importance for the state to invest in the infrastructure necessary to light fiber for business purposes, not last mile, but for business purposes for which the state has not yet made those type of investments. Our system can accommodate that. It's already there because it was designed specifically for that purpose, for business needs, not providing you your streaming TV and your Netflix. There's a difference in this, in the structure. So I've sat in this room over the years. Let's go back all the way back to wind development. So when the Marsfield project came in, during Governor Baldacci's years, a similar bill to this came forward to study how to take away some of the barriers for development, for wind development, because it was very difficult. It was a new development. Nobody knew what to do with it, what was going to be the environmental impacts, noise, bird impacts, all of that sort of deal. And that commission really came around with how to fast track it by putting together best practices and such under that. Broadband, I've been part of the Maine Broadband Coalition for years. There was limited pieces around that, trying to study how to do it. It ultimately has been handed off to the legacy providers, right? Solar. I was part of campaigning for the passage of the solar omnibus bill, where the state commissioned a study called The Value of Solar in Maine, right? We know that when that bill, the omnibus, was first vetoed down, I'm on the phone calling legislators, pointing out the study and where that was. And this people were largely not aware of the state's own study on that. So I'm very familiar with the state wanting to put forward best practices in studying and putting around here, but I will say this publicly, that my fear is the instability in the regulatory environment, right? If I'm going to make billions of dollars of investment, I know I can go forward, but sometime in this near term in making that investment, the regulatory elements are likely to change that I know exist now. That would be a detriment to investment for me. And I struggle to understand what, if anything, is not currently that's been discussed here today. I've been taking notes. I've been trying to find it. What is not already regulated that would call for a moratorium on this type of data development? You can't impact the grid. PUC regulates that. If you do, you have to pay for the improvements for the transmission. You have to prove that there's capacity first. All of the environmental aspects, water, noise, thermal, all of that, it's all regulated. Every bit of that. So I just struggle with where the necessity. I really felt that this bill was about studying best practices, as you had stated, best practices. I think about some of the smaller communities that will get impacted with a development of this size that don't have the expertise and the knowledge, haven't made the infrastructure investments that we have in our city that has been waiting patiently for this to occur, and it's finally on our doorstep. So this is a critical moment for us. I realize that this is time-sensitive development, that if Maine doesn't capture a portion of this global economy now, they likely will miss out on that. And for our city, we can't lose that opportunity. So.
Do committee members have additional questions? Representative Kessler.
This is not a question. It's a comment to respond to what was just said. From my vantage point, I think what the concern is outside of our existing regulatory environment is the impact that 300 megawatts is going to have on the regional grid. And because of that natural gas constraint that we have in the region, the demand from this facility itself, it has the potential to increase electric costs for everybody. And so what we want to ensure is that we are not moving ahead with this while inadvertently raising the cost of living for everybody else in the state. Very similar to what has been happening in the PJM territory. We want to avoid making those same mistakes before we let everybody loose. So just wanted to voice that that's one of the primary issues on my mind.
Representative Warren?
I want to second what Representative Kessler was saying, how this would make other impacts, and then also what this would mean for maybe others that we didn't know about this dynamic and situation. If there are others, it's so it's not only the 300 megawatts, which is a lot, but additionally, if there's other folks out there that might be making the same moves, and maybe it goes without saying, but the idea of it being combustion. And I know that was some of what was discussed, but that's a part of the conversation as well, and different choices that different entities are going to be making there.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. Is there any other information that committee members are hoping to solicit at this time? Representative Foster.
So the city manager brought up a couple of things that I think I had wanted to hear from the PUC on, and just to get a feeling for what we currently have in place that is already captured and would be part of this bill, if you will, going forward, that may already be taken care of. So if they're available, I'd have that question for them.
Is there anyone wishing to answer that question at this time? Wow, you volunteered yourself.
Fair. Yeah, Deirdre Schneider, PUC.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. So my question has been, and I know, having been here, sitting in this room for as many years as I have, that the PUC has a lot of responsibility to the ratepayers of Maine. My question is, what is already in place that would address this through its phases of development, initial to completion, and also what the PUC requires of the utilities in that way to make sure that we protect the ratepayers of Maine for this project or any other large project that may be on its way to replace some of those industries that were lost, or projects that just require a lot of electricity somewhere that there may not have been industry before. I think there are a lot of provisions there already to take care of concerns that have been raised, but I'm not sure of that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I definitely want to bring that back to our team and make sure I've got the full suite of answers on that. I don't want to speculate some things. I mean, I do want to make clear, it's not like though that it has to be permitted or anything like that. So it's not coming to the commission and we're reviewing something and signing off and saying, yes, that's great. So it could come in different ways if there were issues. I mean, again, if we're interconnecting this large of a load, it's not even going through our interconnection process. It's probably going through an ISO interconnection process. So that's outside of the commission scope. But there could be other things that I'm not aware of right off but I will bring that back for the committee to get that information.
Looks like you're off the hook. Any other questions from committee members? If not, I would look for a motion to table if there's no further information needed. Representative Foster.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to table this bill.
Okay, there's a motion from Representative Foster, seconded by Representative McIntyre. All those in favor of tabling, please indicate by raising your hands. It's unanimous for those present. With that, we'll close the work session on LD 307.
I understand that folks are moving about, but I will just suggest that we take a brief break, about 10 minutes or so, as before we start the next bill. I will also note, members, we will not be taking up LD 838. Senator Lawrence is not available today. I'm sorry for the sorrow, Representative McIntyre. We will have some counseling during the break. So we will be at ease for about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello, okay, we are going on still with good cheer. Opening up the work session on LD 1966 with the title "An Act to Increase Disclosure of Utility Charges and Improve Access to Distributed Generation Resources in the State." Folks, I do know it's late. I am thankful for all of you hanging in there with us. There is an amendment to 1966, so as we do sometimes in this committee, I wanted to definitely make sure that folks saw the amendment, have any questions, and then I'm hoping we have a motion to table again, just so again, the public has a sense, be able to look at the amendment, that any questions can be asked in the fullness of time, and then we can move it to next, another work session after that, if that works for the committee, of course. So Lindsay, would you like to bring us through this amendment for LD 1966?
Absolutely. So what I'm going to highlight for you are the changes from the last version that you've seen. So we'll start out with section 1. There are no changes going back several drafts on this amendment, so we'll skip over that. If you turn the page, there's language in section 6. This also has not changed. This relates to how other charges are stated on customer bills. Getting down to section X, that is also not new. This relates to billing and disclosure standards. And then if you turn the page, page 3 of 5, this is where we get into some of the new language. This is section Y. And so what this section of law does, this essentially directs the Public Utilities Commission to conduct a competitive solicitation to procure up to 4 megawatts of electricity from one or more eligible projects. You will see that the section of law defines an eligible project. This is a distributed generation resource with a nameplate capacity of no more than 200 kilowatts. An eligible project serves only low-income customers and moderate-income customers. It's wholly owned by its customer or customers, or it's wholly owned by a cooperative corporation organized under existing law. I've highlighted some of the newer language which is in here. It also, an eligible project provides discounts or payments to its customers to offset its customers' electricity bills in a manner similar to customers receiving credits in accordance with existing law. The resource must be placed in service after August 1st, 2026, and connected to the electric grid of an investor-owned transmission and distribution utility. So we've got the competitive procurement in subsection 2 of up to 4 megawatts of energy. You turn the page. The procurement, the rate of compensation for the eligible project is established, or how that will be determined is established in paragraph A. So the section of law directs the commission to set a value for credits that are received by customers of a distributed generation resource in accordance with section 3209A, which is the kilowatt hour credit program, at the time that they issue the competitive solicitation. And then as part of that solicitation, the PUC must require a bidder who's bidding into this procurement to state the bid price of the eligible project's energy as a percentage of that credit value, which has been established by the PUC over a proposed contract length not to exceed 20 years. So the requirement is that the PUC shall select an eligible project for a contract if at least one bid is received from a project that meets the criteria established in statute. And the bid price for that project's energy is no greater than the credit value of the eligible project's customers, the value they receive in accordance with section 3209A. And I think there may need to be a tweak on that for consistency with the definition of eligible projects. Then we get down to the contract terms. So once the bids have come in and the PUC has selected a bidder, contract entered into must be a term for no more than 20 years. Include provisions allowing the commission to periodically increase the contract price for inflation, but only an amount the commission determines necessary to ensure project viability while minimizing impacts to ratepayers. It includes the contracts must have provisions ensuring the eligible project continues to meet the requirements of the section. It also must provide for the sharing of customer usage, allocation, and billing information between the eligible project and the investor-owned transmission and distribution utility. The contract must prohibit the release of customer personal information by the eligible project owner or entity acting on behalf of the owners without explicit consent from the customer, other than for stated purposes. And it also must require the retirement of all RECs generated by the project. There also is language here governing how the commission shall ensure that all costs and direct financial benefits must be allocated to ratepayers under existing law, and provides that the commission may adopt rules to implement the section. I'm going to stop there and see if anyone has any questions on that section before moving on to the next.
Committee, any questions for Lindsay at the moment about that section? There's a lot of. Seeing none at the moment.
Okay. And then moving on to the next page, this is 5 of 5, section Z. So this amends an existing law unallocated language. So this provides, the law itself had directed the PUC to initiate rulemaking to establish various consumer protection standards for customers participating in net energy billing in the kilowatt hour credit program. The new language is underlined. This accepts from certain requirements distributed generation resources that are wholly owned by the customer or customers receiving the net energy billing credits associated with the output of the resource. So that is subsections 1 and 2. So the PUC had to adopt rules to establish these protections. This is directing the PUC essentially to go back in, amend the rules to create an exception for these types of projects. And then under subsection 4, there was language prohibiting participation in more than one net energy billing agreement per residential account simultaneously. This accepts from that agreements related to distributed generation resources in which a customer has an ownership interest. So if someone has an ownership interest in one of these resources, they also could have a interest in another distributed generation resource pursuant to a shared financial interest. This is something that Representative Kessler had mentioned at the last work session.
And I just want to flag that the reason for this was during the PUC rulemaking, the PUC was unable to say that it did not apply to those that owned, that the changes in 1777 were for subscribers, and this is actually for owners, and they just needed that clarified in rulemaking, if I'm understanding that correctly. The OPA, I believe, would be available at the next work session to talk about that. When questioned, she said she supported that small fix, as it was not the intent. But again, happy to have her come to the next work session if others would like, unless Sylvia would like to talk about it right now, but I do not believe that is true. Okay. Questions for, Heather actually is online if the public advocate. Would anybody like to speak to the public advocate? I had, but does anybody else wish to speak to the public, have the public advocate speak to that section? I know you talked about it at the last work session as well. No? Okay, just wanted to make sure of that. Great. Any questions, committee, any information or questions for the sponsor or others regarding these proposed amendments? There are folks here from the Municipal Power Cooperative. There are, again, the public advocate is here. Anybody that, Representative Rente.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I realize this has just come out maybe only in a few moments for the OPA, but if there were any initial reactions she might have to what's been discussed so far.
Okay. So asking the public advocate for, and you're talking about section Y or any other piece of it, Representative?
Primarily Y.
Primarily Y. So if the public advocate Sanborn, who I know is still hanging out with us, hoping the puppy is feeling better, but just wanted to, you do not have to address section Y if you don't want to at the moment, but if you had any thoughts, if you'd seen it or you had any thoughts, you're requested to give us those thoughts. Welcome, public advocate Sanborn.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I missed a little bit of the discussion while I was coming through the wormhole to be a panelist. we do support the fix on Part Z very strongly, and think it's really in line with what we did in LD 1777 last year. On the other hand, Part Y, we do not think is in line with what we did in LD 1777 last year. And I guess I would just highlight for the committee that as I'm reading this for the first time, just looking at the pictures of it that Sylvia sent me, the rate would be extremely high. Higher, the cost and rate of this would be higher than other kilowatt hour credit projects that are in front of the meter, because those would be subject to a project charge that would claw back some portion of the remuneration for the project and thereby lower the cost of the project to ratepayers to some extent. So given the structure of this particular proposal, which, like I said, I'm just seeing for the first time, this is a big step backwards, in my opinion. And there will be a successor program proposed by the DOER. I am really emphasizing the point that needs to include storage, and we have to move to a place where we're incentivizing storage. And if we continue to incentivize net energy billing for solar alone, naked solar, at a rate that is so high that we could never also add storage to it, we're just going to get ourselves further and further down the rabbit hole. So I am not supportive of this section. I will say if the committee does go forward with it, you should at least monetize the RECs. Just having them retired with no monetization is giving away ratepayer value. But I strongly urge you not to go forward with it.
Thank you. And obviously we will be having another work session on this bill. So would love to have continued discussions with you when you've had more than 5 minutes to see it, which we appreciate. Any questions at the moment for the public advocate? Seeing none, we thank you very much for being here. Anyone else that you'd like to have questions of, either the sponsor or anybody else in the room at the moment? I will entertain a motion to table if you wish. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to table this bill.
Thank you. Table, seconded by Representative Geiger. All in favor of tabling? And those opposed? One. Okay, so the motion prevails. We'll close the work session on LD 1966. That concludes the business of the committee. Again, want to thank everybody.